Allora, buongiorno.
Good morning everyone.
Allora, siamo un po' meno di quelli che dovevamo essere.
Not everyone who should be here is here, but in the meantime, we'd like to thank Franco D'Agostino, the Chief of the Department of Oriental Studies, for the hospitality. He can't be with us this morning, unfortunately, for an unexpected commitment. And then I would like to thank Leonarda Galiuto, Associate Professor of Cardiology, for the patronage of the Sapienza University, and I would like to give the floor right away to her.
Grazie, Francesca.
Thank you, Francesca.
Dear academic and scientific authorities, dear colleagues and participants, on behalf of Sapienza, University of Rome, I'm honored to welcome you to the World Federation of Psychotherapy and Massimo Fagioli Foundation Congress entitled Psychotherapy, Creativity and the Arts. I'm Leda Galiuto, Associate Professor of Cardiology of Sapienza, University of Rome. Well, I'm sure you will be wondering why a cardiologist is entitled to open a congress on psychotherapy, creativity, and art. Well, the simple answer is that I'm also a psychotherapist. And most of all, I was lucky enough to be able to participate in the Analisi Collettiva with Massimo Fagioli for a few years. A more complicated answer is that, in fact, cardiology has a strong, deep relationship with mind, not only brain, but mind. Massimo Fagioli wrote in Left 2016-17, "At birth, we know that there is only the strength of the heart, la forza del cuore, which is something else compared to the neuromuscular apparatus that the annulment drive for 20 seconds renders powerless." And the cardiology told me that for 1 minute, the newborn's heart reduces the rate of the heartbeat. At birth, light hitting the retina activates the central nervous system. The newborn is physiologically flaccid, and the heart rate decreases. This decrease, as well as the absence of force in the neuromuscular system, is due to the drive. The strength of the heart, la forza del cuore, resisting the impulse after a few seconds, increases the heart rate. The muscle becomes toned and breathing begins. You might find more details in my online presentation entitled Heart and Mind, a Dangerous Relationship. My research has also been largely focused on the relationship between heart disease and mind affections, particularly in the so-called broken heart syndrome, where mostly women, 90%, after an intense negative stress and emotion, develop a heart dysfunction resembling acute myocardial infarction. Well, the disease is largely reversible, but the syndrome is unfortunately recurrent. So I was able to successfully treat such patients with dynamic psychotherapy in order to abolish recurrences. And I published the results in Psychotherapy and Psychosomatics in 2019. Lastly, I'm proud to announce the oncoming publication of European Society of Cardiology Consensus Statement on Cardiovascular Disease and Mental Health, which I participated as a reviewer, and as additional proof that heart disease and mental health are deeply interconnected, and thus cardiologists need to be aware of the effect of mental disorders on heart health, and that psychiatrists, psychologists, and psychotherapists need to take into consideration their patient heart wellness. Given this consideration, I believe I have motivated the presence of a cardiologist in such a prestigious event, And I conclude my introduction expressing my sincere appreciation for the hard work of the scientific and organizing committee of this Congress, which worked for months during the weekend and late evening. I thank the Congress President Francesca Fagioli for her commendable direction and coordination. And last but not least, the magnificent rector, la magnifica rettrice, she loves to be called like that, of Sapienza, University of Rome, Professoressa Antonella Polimeni, for granting the patronage of Sapienza. I thank you all for participating in the event, and I wish you a successful and inspiring Congress.
Grazie, grazie Leda.
Thank you, Leda.
Siamo qui.
So we are here today and tomorrow to talk about psychotherapy, creativity, and the arts. It's an important title, almost 40. As if psychotherapy, understood as the possibility to cure the mind, should have a creative capacity. The work of art fascinates us because they tell us about a different fantasy of the human being that created them, so the free expression of the unconscious world. But can psychotherapy be defined as an art? Perhaps a creative art? Maybe, yes, as long as it has in itself a transformative capacity. We know that the unconscious thought, which originates at birth, when the mind becomes ill, is lost. You lose affections, the fact of being in a relationship with the others. The world becomes dark and empty. And sometimes this happens very early, in the first months and years of life. With psychotherapy, therefore, we must endeavor not just to rebuild what has been lost, but try to create something new. Something that we think we've never had, a new psyche. Perhaps, in this sense, psychotherapy can be creative. Let's say that during these 2 days, we have a big challenge ahead of us. We will try to tell you about this challenge. I would like to continue with the words of thanking, especially the World Association for Dynamic Psychiatry, Mariamon, and the World Psychiatry Association, César Alfonso, the President of the World Federation for Psychotherapy, Alma Jimenez, the Secretary General. I would like to thank specifically the Massimo Fagioli Foundation, the Scientific Committee of the conference, the Scientific Council, and the Board of Directors of the Foundation for making this conference possible, and the volunteers of the Secretariat and of the organization for their truly generous commitment in the months for the preparation of conference, the My Way Video for filming and streaming, the publishing house Asino d'Oro, Cultural Association Amore e Psiche, for giving to foreign speakers a copy, the English translation of Death, Instinct and Knowledge, and a copy of the catalogue Il Coraggio delle Immagini that collects the architecture and design projects of Massimo Fagioli. And you have all seen here at the Marco Polo Palace, where the Department of Oriental Studies is. We have the blue sculpture just outside in the courtyard. If you haven't seen it yet, I invite you to go and see it. For this, I'd like to thank the Protection Group, part of the Art and Language Laboratory of the Foundation, which restored and cleaned the sculpture. It was brought here a few years ago from the previous headquarters of the department, and for this, we like to thank the then Dean Federico Masini. I would like to thank the speakers who's going to speak today and tomorrow, you, the audience here and those who are following from home. On the session line on the website, there are 7 more presentations that have been added to the ones that will be presented here. For a last-minute setback, the president of the foundation, Alessandro, he now would not be present today, so replace him as a member of the SCDL of the Massimo Fagioli Foundation. The foundation was established in 2021. It aims to safeguard and promote in Italy and in the world the work of the psychiatrist and psychotherapist Massimo Fagioli in all its scientific, cultural, political, and artistic expression. Fagioli, as it was said, was a doctor and a scientist known for the discovery of the disappearance fantasy at the basis of the birth theory, as recounted in his books, and for the seminars of analisi collettiva, an extraordinary practice of group psychotherapy based on the interpretation of the non-conscious world, in particular of the dream world, which he conducted for over 40 years. But Fagioli was also an artist, and he used artistic expressions for his research on image creation, and therefore this conference somehow represents a tribute to our author, who was able to combine art, psychotherapy, practice, theory, and creativity. On these premises, the Foundation pursues civic and socially useful purposes through care, training, and research activities. And in particular, the interest for psychotherapy, because of this interest in psychotherapy, the Foundation began a collaboration with the World Federation for Psychotherapy on the basis of a project by the Scientific Research and Production Group by the Laboratory of Psychiatry and Psychotherapy in May 2023. But Daniela Polese, to whom I give the floor, will tell us about this story.
Grazie, Francesca.
Thank you, Francesca.
Very much for your strong emotional ideas. It is a great emotion to be here today. I have to do some thanks too, as Francesca said, because it's mandatory. I would like to thank the Massimo Fagioli Foundation, its president Alessandro Inna, to whom I send my affectionate greetings, the Scientific Council, the Board of Directors, Francesca, Marcella, Luca and Lorenzo Fagioli, and the World Federation for Psychotherapy, César Alfonso, Norman Sartorius, Dilip Geste, whom I greet, Alma Jimenez, and the entire board and council of the World Federation for Psychotherapy. I thank very much Franco D'Agostino, even if he's not here today, Leda Galiuto, and Director Antonella Polimeni for the patronage of Sapienza, Mariamon, the WADP, and also the WPA Psychotherapy section, Ekaterina Sukhanova for her enthusiastic contribution. I would like to thank especially Joan Tolchin, a friend and past president of the Academy, and in addition to César, Gerald Perman, who all played a fundamental role in connecting our psychotherapy research based on the human behavior theory with the present associations. I also thank Andrea Piazzi and all the colleagues of the scientific committee who worked for the conference, William Santero for the global live streaming, and the organizing committee, Kaia Costantino, Vanessa Cedrone, Simona De Leoni, Raffaella Pipitone, Cesare Veneziani. It seems a football team. They are really a great winner team who worked brilliantly to make this event possible with the foundation. This event seems extraordinary to me because it is certainly out of the ordinary for many reasons, such as the number of people who are following the event, and will follow us today and tomorrow. We are fully booked, actually. The diversity of cultures and therapeutic approaches from all over the world gathered here to engage with us. The idea for this conference came after the first conference organized by the Massimo Fagioli Foundation in 2022. Right after the conference to celebrate the 50 years of Death, Instinct and Knowledge, Fagioli's first book. It was indeed November 28th, on Sunday. We were in the historic center of Rome with Joanna Chambers, whom I greet, César Alfonso, Alessandro Mazzetta, and other colleagues and friends and children. Following the traces of Caravaggio, the rebellious genius painter, when César came up with this idea, let's organize a conference on creativity and psychotherapy here in Rome, streaming it. I was enthusiastic, but perplexed a little bit. I was not sure it was realistic. Then César was elected president of the WFP in Casablanca in February 2023. He reiterated the idea, and a collaboration project with the WFP was presented by the Laboratory of Research and scientific production of the foundation, and it was approved and courageously realized by the foundation today with all volunteers, despite many complexities. Now we are here. I can say I am emotional to see in front of me people I've met in the last 10 years in various countries around the world, together in the same place with the many companions of research in collective analysis, and even new people from different countries. I know there are many connected as well. It's a very special image. I wish Massimo Fagioli was here. This image is very powerful because it conveys an idea of inclusion, unity, and the strength of a collective made up of different people, each capable of bringing their own originality and richness while having a great interest in the other. It is an image in perfect harmony with the idea of the beauty of the collective, with the idea of human birth, and with all of Fagioli's theoretical thought, which recognizes in human nature a social ability, the ability to interact and imagine, to reach out to the others beyond any cultural, ethnic, or social difference. On this basis, people together are not dangerous, but become more beautiful, and their humanity becomes more intense, so that the collective returns to each individual their own strength and individual vitality of birth. There is indeed a red thread connecting this conference's theme, where art is no longer seen in Freudian terms as a sublimation of aggressive drives, but as an expression of human vitality, imagination, and creativity, which are specific to our species and represent the truest human reality. I said truest, yes, I'm aware. Art is never self-referential, and the artists know it, but a creative and political act against destruction. A collective expression of movement of rejection against destruction within society, against war, against global warming, against economic collapse derived from a life based on profit-driven economics. On the other hand, psychotherapy is seen as creative refusal toward the destructive psychic dynamics, because they are pathological and not normal, against the annulment of the other, against of one's affections and one's birth, to restore to each individual their original, vital, affective, and collective nature. Thank you.
I guess it is my turn. Very difficult to follow Daniela, but I will try my best. I will say 4 words in Italian. The first 2 are buongiorno. I will tell you about our federation. The World Federation for Psychotherapy is the oldest international organization of its kind, representing 30,000 members from all continents. The goals of the WFP are to facilitate and promote international communication among the various schools, professional groups, and cultures within psychotherapy. To fulfill these goals, the WFP organizes international congresses and conferences on psychotherapy, all psychotherapies. We do not discriminate. On behalf of the Board of Directors of the WFP, we are thankful and delighted to join forces with the Massimo Fagioli Foundation to co-sponsor this Congress on psychotherapy, creativity, and the arts. Additional sponsors include the WPA, World Psychiatric Association Arts and Psychiatry section, the psychotherapy section of the WPA, co-chaired by Timothy Sullivan, who's one of our speakers, and Konstantin Delia, the World Association of Dynamic Psychiatry, represented in this Congress by Maria Mon. Very special thanks to Daniela Polese, who served as the liaison between all of these organizations and study groups. Also thanks to the Massimo Fagioli Foundation President, Alessandro Ina, for his kind leadership and welcoming efforts, to Francesca Fagioli, Marcella Fagioli, and Paolo Fiori for their unconditional support of our collaborative efforts, and to all members of the administrative and scientific councils of the Foundation for orchestrating this event. Thanks to the Secretariat and staff for their very hard work, congeniality, efficiency, and professionalism. We're grateful to Sapienza University for their endorsement of our event and for the use of this venue. Now, over the next 2 days, panelists who are psychiatrists, psychologists, art therapists, visual artists, architects, archaeologists, anthropologists, musicians, filmmakers, social scientists, and other academics in the humanities will engage in scholarly conversations to address the theme of creativity and the arts. International delegates include scholars from the United States, Taiwan, the Philippines, Switzerland, Germany, Argentina via New York, Norway, Iran, and Uganda, joining our illustrious colleagues from Italy. Empathy, a concept so central in psychotherapeutic practice, was extensively used in the field of aesthetics in the 19th century as an attempt to define the emotional experience of contemplating a work of art. Psychology borrowed the concept of empathy from aesthetics. The extrapolation of Einfühlung from aesthetics to psychology and psychotherapy opened the doors to an interdisciplinary exchange that has undoubtedly enriched these fields over the centuries. Just as art historians and scholars in the humanities have offered stimulating insights that either propelled or facilitated the creative process of artists, psychotherapies have helped millions of persons experience personal and creative freedom. Multiplicity of meaning, or polysemy, is characteristic of all works of art. Although the life of the artist is generatively linked to their creations, works of art take on a life of their own once they're released into public view. Earlier psychoanalytic views tend to be pathographic, unfortunately, when describing artistic creations as symptoms, viewing art as regressive, and at times as successful attempts at adaptation from misery. Creating a work of art is a complex process that begins with inspiration and substantial incubation of ideas and emotions and continues beyond and does not end with the rendering of the work. Artists, as they engage in their work, describe a process of contemplation that has the potential to bring about joyful feelings and a sense of mastery, altruistic satisfaction, and fulfillment of social responsibilities. Contemporary psychotherapists recognize that creating a work of art encompasses intrapsychic, social, and political factors. All psychotherapeutic work fosters creativity while promoting generativity, spontaneity, and emotional growth. By studying creativity from the vantage point of the life and work of artists, insights are generated to better understand the process of creativity in all persons as an important dimension of personality development and identity formation. Creativity depends on openness, flexibility of thinking, playfulness, and attunement to the greater cultural context and the social-political reality of the world around us. Fagioli proposed that the richness of the capacity to imagine is essential to the formation of the personality and the creation of symbols. This Congress also honors the creativity of Fagioli, the masterful person who, as a scientist and artist, skillfully navigated both worlds in conversation with professional disciplines beyond psychiatry and psychology. The World Federation for Psychotherapy is honored to hold this regional Congress in Rome in collaboration with our sister institutions. The Federation also invites you to our next regional Congress in Manila in January of 2025. I hope to see many of you there. And Professor Alma Jimenez, a past president of the Philippine Psychiatric Association and Secretary General of our Federation, will be sharing more about the Manila meeting at the closing tomorrow. I look forward to these 2 stimulating days ahead of us of serious study, creative play, mutual learning, and earnest social interactions. Grazie mille.
Beh, devo dire che insomma le premesse ci sono tutte, grazie veramente César Alfonso per le tue parole.
Thank you very much, César, for your words. Thank you to Daniela Polese. And I would like now to give the floor to Paolo Fiori, Director of the School of Psychotherapy, Biopsyche, who will present Professor Sartorius. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Paolo Fiorinastro. I am Director of Studies in an Italian school of psychotherapy named Biopsyche, and I am past professor of psychiatry in this university, in Sapienza, University of Rome. I am here only to introduce the first keynote speaker, Professor Norman Sartorius, who I think he doesn't need any presentation, but it's my pleasure and honor to do so. Professor Sartorius started his outstanding career many years ago in Zagabria, more or less, was the year when I went to the university, and then moved to London and joined a very important, groundbreaking study named US-UK study. In that study, the researchers revealed the differences in diagnosing patients in the United States and in England, because they saw that the same patient was different diagnosed in the United States, mostly schizophrenic, and in England, mostly depressed. So this pivotal research led to a more scientific and standardized approach to diagnosis within mental health illness. In 1967, Professor Sartorius joined the World Health Organization and took charge in epidemiology and social psychiatry program. He founded and then directed the division of mental health of the World Health Organization. In 1993, he became president of the World Psychiatric Association, and in 1999 of the European Psychiatric Association. He is now president of a non-governative association that improves program in mental health. He is author of hundreds of scientific articles. He is member of advisory boards in many scientific journals. He published more or less 12 books and co-authored 80 books. He is now teaching in many universities all over the world. Please join me welcoming Professor Sartorius, who will present a paper entitled New Paradigms in Psychiatry.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your introduction as well. I want to thank the organizers for inviting me. Rome, which is the eternal city, has always been extremely attractive. It's very nice to have this meeting here on this occasion, so thank you very much. I'm very impressed by the variety. I've never been a friend of technology, and it's obvious that technology takes its revenge. So I thought it was particularly impressive that there are various disciplines of science and of arts which are coming together on this occasion, because psychotherapy lives in the world that is influenced by science of medicine, cardiology, but also technology and various other things that happen. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to speak briefly about the background on which not only psychotherapy, but the whole business of medicine has to operate in the years to come. And to do this, I'm going to briefly describe the major trends that sort of shake the world as present as mighty winds and change everything. I'm listing them here, and I'll say a few words about each one of them, not to remind you on them, but just to illustrate the tremendous impact which they have on the practice of medicine and on helping people who are mentally unwell. Urbanization has been getting more and more powerful. Argentina has now just reached the peak, becoming the most urbanized city and urbanized country in the world, with 95% of the population living in towns. Not only 95% living in towns, but most of them having arrived to towns in the last 30 years, which means that they live there, but they do not know each other. These are people who have come, and although it seems technology is taking its revenge, I'm telling you, so that what we previously hoped would be communities that would know each other, that would speak to one another, that would help one another, is gradually disappearing. We are now living 12 years in a house which is on the 8th floor. There are 10 floors altogether. And we have been there, and we are very friendly people. And in these years that we were there, we met one person. And it's a person who takes his dog out for a walk at 8:30 in the morning when I usually leave the house. So we have this wonderful conversation. How's your dog today? Not too bad, thank you. Now, I cannot imagine that this person would come and help me if I had schizophrenia. nor do I expect that I would go and see what happens with him if he doesn't come out of his room with his dog for a few days. But the ideas that were present so very much in the middle of the last century about community care and community help, etc., have to be revised because the communities that we knew have vanished. They've just been broken apart, except in some very rarely places. And not only that, but within the towns, there is not only that there are many people, but many of them come from different cultures, from different areas, from different backgrounds. They don't know each other, they hate each other and fear one another in very many ways. And then the monsters of yesterday appear in large numbers. The Ministry of Health of Japan has now introduced a Minister of Loneliness. The English are considering the same because of the thousands of people who have nobody to speak to, who are completely alone, and others who feel lonely even if they are not necessarily there. And the phenomenon of the anomie, which was present in the 1930s as a rare phenomenon in major cities, is now a universal phenomenon. And I think that we have now also seen that even WHO has conducted recently in Manila a special consultation to explore what could be done about aloneness and loneliness, about the deserted people. China has passed a law in which it punishes very severely children who leave their parents, who live in the same town without any help. And even in a country that is, as if you wish, in a developing world like Bangladesh, is a new legislation which will put you into prison if you don't look after your parents. A different world. That such a law would not exist if the feeling of being together and helping one another existed. The second major trend that is sweeping the world is the word commoditification. It's a curious word, has been invented by the World Bank. And the word basically says that everything that we have around us has been now considered as a commodity, like sugar or iron or coal or other things of that kind, cotton, which means that everything can be purchased and everything can be sold. And something is only valuable if you can sell it. And if you can't sell it, it doesn't exist. Now, a monetary value as such is a nice thing to have, but it is a terrible thing for human relations because ethics and morale are seen secondary to the cash value of things that are happening. And the differences of fortune now will define your health care or other things, not any longer feelings or empathy or anything else. Today, the best surgical clinics that we can see are in India. And you can, if you pay sufficiently, you can go to India, you'll be transported there by first-class aeroplane, and you'll be given a wonderful treatment, first class. Best in many ways. But there are millions of people who have nothing because it is the money which defines the quality. The government doesn't do it any longer. The third major trend that is affecting the world is what has been called horizontalization. And it's most illustrated by the adolescents being a horizontal layer that speaks to one another, has a language of their own, knows one another, has the same value, likes one another, and doesn't speak to anybody else who is either above or below. The vertical communication has suffered very badly. But the same is true for professions, the same is true for others. The link between age groups, the link between professionals, the link between people of different parts of the world is broken down by this process of horizontalization, which is further informed by the jargon that people are using within those layers. Many, many years ago, there was a very intelligent sociologist in New York who has noticed this. And she simply looked to see what is the difference between the social class of the psychiatrist and the social class of the patient. And she established that the frequency of schizophrenia grows with the distance between social classes. So if the social class doctor was 1 and the social class of the patient was 5, the probability of schizophrenia was very large. because she didn't understand each other, because they spoke of different worlds, because they were horizontally different. But today, similar things happen in many other places, and these horizontal layers do not understand one another. And much of the knowledge and wisdom of the elderly is not transmitted anymore to anybody, because they speak a language that nobody understands. Another phenomenon that is very much present is what has been called the fragmentation. It's been first described in the 1930s in France, where it was an explanation why workers were very unhappy and had more work injuries. And it was basically explained at the time by sociologists as being a process in which the labor has been fragmented, so that nobody sees any longer the product of its work. A shoemaker takes a piece of leather and produces a shoe, and at the end of the effort, he has a shoe in his hands to see what he has done. But most of us do not see anything what we have done. We just contribute to the process of production. It's true for labor, it's true for factories, but it's also true for our profession. 60% of young psychiatrists in Europe today have symptoms of burnout, because burnout is one of the earliest signs of fragmentation. You do not know why you are doing what you're doing. There's no purpose in what you're doing. You're just doing the same thing again and again, but there is no product at the end to reward you, to give you something that is valuable. And I think that this fragmentation process is, of course, decreases the probability also that people will know each other. People who work in the same factory are not knowing anymore because they're working in different fragments of the process. And so within the profession, we are also seeing this fragmentation. Equally so in medicine, we have seen the fragmentation of our discipline into 1,000 sub-disciplines. So that a doctor, each of these people who are dealing with people who are usually comorbid, they have more than one illness, they see 5 different doctors. None of them is my doctor. They're all consultant to somebody. To whom? The general practitioner is now described as a station master who says, you'll go to this doctor, then to this one, then to the other. In the United States, which is always very advanced, they've introduced a new profession that does nothing else but takes the patient from one place to another. They're called case managers, specially paid to look after the patient about the wholeness of the process. The other thing which we should not remember is that the demographic structures have changed. The longer life expectancy has increased the number of people who are elderly in all parts of the world. Many of them are not well. Many of them do not find it possible to get treated. The basic structure of the society as we knew it, the family, is split. And the Archbishop of Edinburgh has said wonderfully that we are entering into an era of serial monogamy. That is, we are monogamous, but not with the same person all the time. That's all right, maybe quite amusing for the person who are doing it, but it's not so amusing for a child which has 5 mothers in the course of his time. Every time there's a different mother, he has to get used to it, and the mother doesn't give a shit about it. The person who is over there was being a son of somebody else. And the notion of this change in the structure and firmness of families has played a tremendously important. And of course, there is also the change in the position of women, both in their socioeconomic position and in the way in which they spend time. We know, for example, that most of the concepts of people are created in the first 3 or 4 years of life. Yet there is extremely few countries which will allow a mother and a father to work part-time while the child is growing up, so as to transmit the culture, so as to transmit ways of behavior, transmit ethical rules. Grandparents have been previously involved. We called it the grandparent service. But no, until now, grandparents are 65, they work like anything. They're not at home, they're not going to look after a small child. They have better business to do, so they've gone out to the house and continue working. So the question of who is looking after the child has become unanswered. Who is doing it? The worst paid profession in the whole of the government system, the worst paid profession are the teachers. So only somebody who cannot get a better job becomes a teacher. And when he is a teacher, he will educate this child to be a responsible member of society? Not on your life. And then, of course, there is the great secret of the artificial intelligence and digitalization. And it increases the information, exchange of information. But most of the information that I now so generously get, I don't understand and I don't care and I don't want to see it. The only way to deal with it is to switch off the phone, the television, the radio, and all the other things. However, in digitalization has another factor which we tend not to mention. Elderly people have great difficulties to use the digital system well. They don't know how to press all these buttons to get the right information. And equally so, people who are poor, who cannot afford an iPhone for 1,600 francs, they are also disadvantaged. So the elderly and the poor, both of the groups that are probably most in need of support, don't get it from the modern way of digitalization. And people complain worldwide that the wonderful improvements of healthcare due to digitalization have also dehumanized medicine. You speak to machines, and people, when they sit to you, you ask them a question, say, just a minute, and goes away and looks at the machine. There was a wonderful study which showed the position of doctor and the patient. And they've discovered now that most of the doctors see their patients laterally, like this. Here is the patient, there is the computer. So I look at the computer, what's your name? And I write it down. It's no comment, the empathy which we have been so extremely important for us, and we felt that it should be introduced as a basic principle of healthcare is suffering. Now, all of this has led to major changes of the paradigms of medicine. Previously, we thought that medicine is a vocation, a holy vocation. You worked all of your hours because this is something that you felt was right. And you helped the patient because that was your duty, almost given from God. Now, it's a profession. You strike if you don't get enough money. You don't want to do it, 7:30, everybody leaves, because that's the time to leave. Professions leave at 7:30, while people who are there by vocation do not leave until the patient is better. And the change of the way in which people are now treated in many places is, in fact, a professional way, a good professional way, but no longer a vocation. Previously, the health authorities were governing. I remember when I was a child, there was a truck which would come in front of our school. We were all taken out. There was an X-ray of the lung to see whether we have tuberculosis. We were back into the class 10 minutes later, and everybody was happy. Tuberculosis sank down. Now, if you brought that truck in front of the house and wanted to take an X-ray of the lung of the child without the informed consent of father, mother, and 3 grandfathers, you'd go to prison. It's absolutely unthinkable. Now, the best that healthcare can do in the COVID situation, give advice. 30% of the nurses refuse in some countries to have a vaccination, although they work with people and can infect others. What does the health system do? We are very sorry. They do nothing, because they have become an advisory role rather than a governing role in the instance of emergencies. Previously, we thought that when I was dealing with a patient and I tried to encourage him, he had to live. That was his duty to live and contribute to society. Now, the main discussion is patients have the right to die. And I'm asking you, while 5% of all people who die in the Netherlands today die because the doctors helped them, what is even worse, in Sweden there are reports where people with depression, if they express a wish to die, they will be helped to die in a feeling of a severe depression. This is a thing that one should think a little bit about. The duty to live, the duty to contribute, the duty to be a member of a society is gone. Previously, we thought that a doctor has to take care of the patient. Now it's a mosaic of different people who do things. And if you're lucky, highly intelligent, mobile, and have a nice wife or husband, you'll probably get good service. but you are no longer in a totality of the service. And now, many people advise you about health, newspapers, radios, advisors, diviners, witches, doctors, everybody gives you advice, and you select what is the most pleasant, the least troublesome. So there are major changes in the paradigm which have governed medicine in the past. Now there are some other changes in addition to these which are also of relevance to psychotherapy. Social capital has gone down significantly. Social capital being defined as the totality of mutually helpful things that people do to one another. It's gone down. We have lost ideals that had previously been general and taught, and everybody knew them. A healthy citizen, the traditional family, patriotic responsibility. All of these concepts have just vanished. Some people still say, no, we have them, but nobody listens because of the fragmentation, because of socialization, and all of these other things I mentioned. We are now gradually seeing other ways of living being accepted, which is a good thing, but it changes in many ways, so that we now see that the LGBTQ are now being accepted as being human beings, as being one of us. We have seen also that different religions in principle are accepted, although hatred still exists. Many of the customs are now respected from another culture because people feel that that is the right thing to do. And then, of course, we are having these other things which are important, that people at the age of 70 are no longer the people of age of 70 of yesterday. They are now different. And for many of them, we do not know what to do with them. You can't employ them. You can't pay them. They are running about. What is their role? And if you ask that people extend the pension, of course, there is a major strike, and nobody wants to do it. But the people who have gone into this age, after retirement age, have now extended itself. And Bismarck, many years ago, introduced pensions. He did it as follows. He said, people retire at the age of 62. Expectation of life after the age of 62 is 18 months. So this is what we are now going to calculate. Now, the expectation of life at the age of 65 is 17 years. It's a different world. What do you do with those people? Where do they fit? How do you use them? How do you give them anything? And then, of course, the last one, which is important as well, is the huge impact of migrants and refugees who not only bring new illnesses to the society, but also new ways of life. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think that the socioeconomic trends and the changes that I've described have brought a large number of changes of human relations. And in fact, they affect significantly both types of care, principles of care, and ways in care which provided. And we have to operate in a situation, in a world in which social capital, which is defined as a sum of things that people do usefully to one another, is going down permanently. And I think that the first thing which we should do, I'm delighted that this Congress will also address some of these things, we have to recognize this, and we should not chew on the yesterday's problems, but think about our functioning in the world of today and the world of tomorrow. I'm delighted that so many different professions will be present in this Congress. I think it's an essential way to do this and talk about and think about what is our new role? How does psychotherapy function in this new world in which we are finding ourselves? Thank you.
Deep presentation. I appreciate the passion you put and the ideas you shared with us. I think we have time for one or more questions. I see young students. I think we shouldn't miss this occasion of have such a an important psychiatrist as Professor Sartorius here with us. Is there anyone who wants? Raise your hands. We have a microphone. Yeah? Here, microfono. Lorena.
Thank you, Professor Sartorius, for this inspiring talk. I was particularly fascinated because the same input, the same characteristics that you explored are affecting the heart of our patients. And in fact, urbanization, social isolation, all that you just mentioned are actually called for cardiology expo zone. So they are constituting the new risk factors for our patients. And the European Society, well, actually also the European community is putting a lot of money trying to understand really which parameter in which area affects the heart. But maybe, and I would like your comment on this, we could work together to save our patient. Now, as a cardiologist, treating our patient better, looking in their eyes and talking to them, and taking care of them as a mission, as you said, but also and referring them when it's needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for bringing this up. It's not only cardiologists, it is so many other specialists who speak about the same thing. And I want to remind you of a wonderful book that has been written by John Frank, who said that the treatment, you have three components to it. One component is the medication. The other component is what is called the placebo effect. It's you are an important person, you give it, it must be good, no? And the third part was what he called at the time the non-specific aspects of treatment, which included the respect given to the patient, which included the way in which you ask them to undress. I mean, 1,000 things in which you helped the person to remain a human being in front of you, making a contract with his doctor that they will together work against disease. And that part was very, very important. So I think that we could, by your presence here, I think that by bringing a closer relationship between what is best in psychotherapy and what is best in physical treatment, maybe we will be able to deal with some of these problems which are very present. So please stay with us, don't go away.
I have a question myself. Can I ask you? I read that you said that training provides new skills and knowledge, but cannot change the personality of future psychiatrists. And I am asking, how are we allowed to investigate personalities of our students? How can we investigate personalities of our students? I am director of a school of psychotherapy, so this is an argument interested.
The first thing that we should probably think much more carefully is who should be a doctor. In some institutions that we have, in some countries, there have been an interview between the candidates for the medical studies and the doctor, a senior teacher, because some people by their structure are not very likely to be very empathic, good doctors. And for many of them, advice, we think that maybe you should be doing something else, would be already a wonderful step forward. So that would be my first step. I think that we should, for medical studies in particular, we should try to see to what an extent candidates for these studies are interviewed by somebody to see whether these are people who will find their life in medicine possible, useful, and enjoyable. But that's number one. Number two, the French, who always have a solution for everything, have also spoken of the routes of escape. The roots of escape is that some people who, for example, do psychiatry, discover after the first 3 years of their work that they can't stand the patients any longer because they get on their nerves. And but what do? They've now invested 17 years of their training into this. What do they do now? So the French have said, you should think in each profession of roots of escape in which your knowledge and experience and training is recognized, but you do something that avoids you doing the things that you don't like so very much. So the roots of escape should be foreseen in planning of institutions, in planning of health services, etc. And where it's done, it's approximately 5 to 10% of people who just after the first 3 years discover it's not for me. I go away, I want to go away. And one should help them to go away in peace, or alternatively place them into something that they can do. Maybe they should study radio, what you call it, Röntgen pictures, etc. Because that is wonderful. You never see a patient, you just see these pictures and you feel very better. So these roots of escapes are something that we should consider among other things.
Thank you. Anybody? Laggiù, Carolina in fondo. Prego, prego, scusami.
Thank you. I'm Negar Sheikhli. I'm from Iran, and I have a PhD health psychology from Tehran University, and it is my honor to be here, and thank you for your great information. I have a question about digitalization, as you said in that slide. I know a lot of parents that they do not allow their children, the baby actually, that you shouldn't, and it is forbidden to watch TV. I mean, which age is it good to start watching TV for the children? Is it okay under age 5 or 10 or initial age do you advise for the parents? Thank you.
It's not the television which is harmful, but the parents. Because they should spend their time with their children rather than putting them into front of the television to get rid of them. Because I don't have other business to do. So you put the child is fascinated, this thing moves in front of him. Whether it's very harmful or not is disputable. It's not quite sure that it's the content that matters as much as the time which is being spent without contact with other human beings, which is the most harmful. So I think that one should probably work with the parents. And one of the fantasies I have is that a couple which has children should be allowed to work part-time for 3 years. Because that would give them time perhaps to do something with their child, to transmit what they know and who they are. I think in the same way one should probably think a little bit more of the ways in which we can transmit humanity to other people, what we are as with our values and everything, rather than just get rid of this. But for parents and children, I think that some countries have done good things. For example, Finland, in many places now, reduces the school time to 4 days a week, so that parents can spend 3 days and children can play with other children for 3 days. Because human relations are at least as important, if not more important, than what you're going to learn about Charles the Great and whatever other politician in the past who lived and did something very useful. It's always time to become interested in history and learn about it if you like it. But the early education and the early impact of children that parents have on children is irreplaceable. I was struck by the fact that there was a friend of mine who was talking about how curious it is that this child of 3 who just started speaking, and there was a dog going by, and he said, "Dog." Now this is an extraordinary thing. Dogs are very big and very small, and all sorts of things are about dogs that are different, various colors, various behavior. But the only thing which is common for all dogs is that they bark. The child at the age of 3 knows how to recognize all dogs in the world by their barking, which means that it's not only the concept of the dog that is created at the age of 3, but many other concepts as well, which create the world. So that the first 3 years of life, what is called the 1,000-day policy, is extremely important for an input, for care, for influence from both parents and maybe others to create the material in which then children can grow on and learn better. Teachers are worst paid profession now. And this is terrible, no? Who is attracted by a very low profession and very little respect? And yet you're giving them your child for 12 years to do whatever they like with him for 8 hours a day. In Finland, again, I think, which is important, the salaries of teachers have bumped up. Because salaries are one of the things that attracts people. So if they have a good salary and have a choice between things, they go for the good salary, the best one. So I think we have the duty to improve the relationship between parents and children, increase the amount of time which they spend together, and think also of quality of teachers to gradually get an answer. But that's far away from your television watching, but it is related to it.
Professor, thank you very much for your presentation. It's over here. My question concerns the relationship between mental illness and the factors, socioeconomic factors you've mentioned during your presentation. And it's pretty straightforward. Do you think that these factors can be not just triggers, but direct causes of mental illness, irrespective of the closest environment, of the closest family environment in which children grow up? Said in other words, can a children who's growing up in a relatively healthy family still be affected by mental illness? I'm talking about even serious mental illness, if all other factors you've mentioned, social and economic factors, are extremely adverse.
Absolutely. I think that the factors that I mentioned are one of the many influences that affect health. And none of them alone is sufficient. You cannot say, if I have done something with the parents, they'll be immune against all of the influence that may happen from elsewhere. It's not true. But thinking about in a holistic way, making sure that you think about support and help from parents and from teachers, thinking about other factors, they can in fact diminish the harmful effect that external factors might have. But it still happens, and some people will unfortunately break down. And all mental disorders are multifactorial. None of them is, or very few are from only a single reason. Even diseases such as are those transmitted by mosquitoes depend on where you live and how much money you have to buy a net and 1,000 other things. So there is no disease that is unifactorial. They are all multifactorial. And by improving some of the factors that we know, you diminish the negative action of others which could harm you.
Professor Sartorius, Norman, thank you so much for this beautiful delineation of what we now call the social determinants of health and illness. And I am glad that our fields are moving in the direction of recognizing these. It is common knowledge that you're entering your 90th year of life, and I want to, celebrate that, really important milestone. You were contributing to psychiatry even before I was born, and I'm 63 years old. This is quite remarkable. So thank you for everything you have done for the thousands of people, not hundreds, but thousands of people you have mentored all over the world. My question has to do with a different dimension of what you talked about. When I think of all the changes, all the systemic changes that need to occur so that we're better aligned in the ways that you suggested, I'm not pessimistic, but I think it's going to take a bit of time to get there. In the meantime, what suggestions do you have for the younger psychiatrists, the beginning psychotherapists, not to move in the direction of burnout and moral injury? What can the individual young professional what can they do while the rest of the system eventually gets aligned in the elegant ways that you proposed?
Thank you. I'll speak only for 45 minutes more, if you don't mind. There are several things which we should, I think about for young psychiatrists. For me, the number one missing part of their education is that they are not taught communication skills. There is not a single hour that is given in the entire medical curriculum to the art of listening. How do you listen to people? How do you, in fact, communicate with people? And there are numerous other social skills. How to speak, how to not speak, how to behave, a number of communication skills. Number one priority, which is completely neglected. Number two, for many of the problems that we see in front of us, the chief problem is not necessarily the patient who is in front of us, but something else. I'm thinking, for example, a fantasy that I have all the time, how to help carers, people who look after mentally ill people, who we know now have a much higher physical morbidity, they have much higher mental morbidity, and we do absolutely nothing for them. We don't invite them to teach students how to look after a mentally ill people at home. We don't recognize their work. We don't pay them a penny, although they are doing the work that previously the hospital was doing for $1,500 a day. Nothing. And they're breaking down. So here is another area. How do you help carers without insulting them? Which one would have to learn. How do you work with carers? People who are looking after your patients, etc. So I think that communication skills, attention to factors which contribute to illness but not necessarily directly related to illness, are two of the important things that one would add. And one could think of, depending on where you are living and what you are doing, a number of other useful things to introduce in that respect. So that's not a complete answer, it's a beginning. And for the communication skills, we have now been conducting courses, regular courses, on what has been called leadership and professional skills. And this is, we take young psychiatrists, 15 of them, we bring them together for a few days, and we teach them simple skills. How to say good morning, how to say no. It's very important. People put things on top of you. How do you say no to the many things that people want from you? How to give a talk. How to not give a talk when you are invited. Simple things. They come out and they write to me subsequently that it did help them very much and that nobody else has been teaching them things of that kind. And I think that that's the area of placing the doctor into the position, giving him all the weapons of skill to deal with problems which affect him, which I would suggest as an addition.
I wanted to ask you about, when you talked about doctors, you said that before doctors helped patients live, and now they help them die. So I wanted to ask you about the difference between a patient that suffers from a mental illness and a doctor that decides to help him die, and maybe patients that suffers from a physical illness and the doctors that decides to help him in this kind of way. Because you used an example and you used the patients that suffered from depression. So you used this kind of example. While I always thought about doctors helping people die, patients that suffers with physical illness, maybe people that have like cancer or something that they are actually going to die anyway. So they help them avoiding their suffer. So that was my question.
So far, there is only one paper that has been written about helping people with depression die. But it's a thing that is now in the air, so maybe some other people will start doing it. I'm completely against it. I do not think that a person who is not perfectly clear in the way in which he thinks about himself or others should be allowed to have such major decisions such as this. And I'm reminded of this because my mother in the 1920s, she happened to be in Germany. And in Germany at the time, after the great crisis of 29, many people committed suicide. But people are not very good at committing suicide, so many of them have been brought to her. She was working as a doctor at the time, and she did something to bring them back to life. And to the one, she told me, every single one being brought back to life has in fact been very unhappy that he's ever tried to kill himself and didn't want to kill himself at all anymore. In a way, very often a wish to die is an expression of a momentary disaster that has happened to you. And I think that the people who have a depressive disorder should not be allowed to make major decisions until they are perfectly capable to make decisions. At that point, you may still say, I'm a doctor, I do not want to help anybody to die. Or you can say, yes, I'm doing it. That's another discussion which we have to take. But I think that anything that prevents you from thinking perfectly clearly should be a counterindication to the assistance to suicide.
Thank you for giving this passionate answer to my daughter. So it would be easier for me in the future. I think that the conclusion of César Alfonso was kind enough, and we thank you for your insightful presentation, passionate presentation. And I have to call the next panel. I have to call here Anna Omberg and Alma Jimenez. Thank you, Professor.
Good morning. May I ask the other speakers? Marcella, Maureen, Robert, Zucchini. Can you please come up to the stage? Can we have one more chair here, please? Okay. You can sit here.
Thank you.
You can sit here.
No, stay.
Okay. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Professor Alma Jimenez. I am a psychiatrist from the Philippines. I'm a professor from the University of the Philippines, past president of the Philippine Psychiatric Association, and the Secretary General of the World Federation for Psychotherapy. I thank you, the officers of the Massimo Fagioli Foundation, for this honor of chairing this this first panel symposium of the conference. I think it is a tall order doing this because it sets the theoretical framework for the different topics in the convention. So in this 1.5-hour symposium, we will take up the topic of creativity. Is it applied in art or only in therapy or both? For this purpose, we have 4 speakers, and they are as follows. You have their biographical sketch in our program, so I will only give a short statement about their background. Marcella Fagioli is from Italy, as you all know. She is a psychiatrist and psychotherapist, a professor of general elements of psychiatry in the Academy of Fine Arts. So there you have it, someone in psychiatry, working in an environment, in an educational institution for art. And next we have Maureen Lyon, and she is going to speak in behalf of Loris Weiner, also her co-author. She is from the USA, and she is a tenured research professor in pediatrics from the Children's National Medical Center in Washington, D.C. She will speak on mandalas as a therapeutic technique in children and adolescents living with HIV and cancer. Next will be Roberto Zucchini from Italy, a psychologist who does individual and group psychotherapy. And his interest is in psychosis and personality disorders. He will speak on borderline personality disorder and creativity, what prevents and what promotes its development. Lastly, Elena Masini will speak in behalf of her co-authors, Alessio Giampa and Carlo Anzilotti. All of them are from Italy, and Elena is a medical doctor in training in psychiatry, doing her PhD program in the Sapienza University and a master's program at BIOS Psych School of Dynamic Psychotherapy. She will speak on learning and processing, the psychotherapist's creativity from theory to practice. And after all of these presentations, Annelore Homburg, again from Italy, a psychiatrist, doctor, and psychotherapist with a particular interest in human relations sciences, will put all of these lectures together and synthesize and come up with an answer to where is creativity best applied. Is it in art, in therapy, or in both? So after all of these papers, we shall open the forum for questions from everyone. So Annelore will be the moderator for that open forum. So we shall start with Marcella Fagioli.
Buongiorno a tutti.
So, good morning to all of you. I will speak Italian and will try to read my speech in order to make it more comprehensible. Thank you, first of all, because I am here as a speaker today, but also as the president of the Scientific Council of the Massimo Fagioli Foundation. So I would like to tell you that on behalf of the foundation that we are honored to host here all the people who helped us organize this congress. The title of my speech today is Creativity in the Interhuman Relationship, Art or Therapy. Well, the word creativity is a complex word and difficult to understand for sure. But today I would like to give you a particular image linked to the word creativity. An image that we can perhaps explain with doing something that wasn't here before, doing something that before did not exist.
In the material world, and specifically in the art environment, this word is always linked to doing, building, creating, putting something into reality, something that this reality did not contain before. Let's think about a painting, a sculpture, or even a poem. The creative act, therefore, would imply an activity of the creative subject towards the material reality. An activity that, in the man-nature relationship, must be understood as a transformation of what is existing. Massimo Fagioli, in Child, Woman and Man's Transformation, uses the phrase giving shape to formless things, so basically representing. Therefore, the artist's ability to represent comes into play. But represent what? The artist would represent their own images, what it should be for them, how much they want it to be. They are creative because by doing so, they make an image, always by representing an image, a sound, something that did not exist before it starts appearing, or maybe it existed as a personal dimension of the artist, but it did not exist as an external manifestation that could be shared with the others. Others, then, who, depending on their mood, can understand it or even admire its beauty. So, if we consider it this way, the work of art will be the attempt on the part of the artist to give, to shape, to contain, to outline something that is blurry, shapeless. It will be an attempt to fix a moment of life, to make sure that it is not lost, to prevent it from escaping. After these few words related to the creative process within the human-nature relationship, I would like to talk about something that is closer to what I do, which is the one about the psychotherapeutic process, in which the main element is not the relationship with nature, but the relationship among human beings. Is it possible to talk about creativity as a part of a therapeutic relationship? Is this term only related to making material things, or can we think that it is also possible for the, and I would like to underline it, reappearance of thoughts, affections, images that may actually have been lost in a pathological process? And in this reasoning, how can we, as therapists, be creative during the therapy? What are the tools that we have at our disposal? Surely the main tool for psychotherapy is language. But I have other questions as well. What do we mean by language? What is the language of the psychotherapist who needs to talk to someone who has lost their mind? Another question, the so-called creative language, for instance, the language of poetry, is it able to heal? That is, to transform the minds of others by repairing the wounds of images and affections?
Rispondo a questa domanda dicendo di no.
My answer is no to this question. I think that the language of the poet who invents new words does not heal. Their words are beautiful and as beautiful as a painting by Leonardo, whose colors and shapes are able to determine an effective emotional movement, which is helpful for those who listen and watch. But this effective movement is only possible in healthy people, because those who suffer from mental illness often cannot prove and feel affection because the disease itself has caused them to lose the ability to love. Then what can we do? There is the specific language of the psychotherapist that has to be different from the artistic language of the artist, of the poet. So the question becomes increasingly complex, and I would like to refer to two texts which I think are fundamental for honest research on human language. And the texts are The Course in General Linguistics by Ferdinand de Saussure and Death, Instincts and Knowledge by Massimo Fagioli. I would like to say something about language, and I'll try to be brief. Language is one of the universal human features that has its own easily accessible and knowable reality, if we understand it as the articulation of speech and words. But in actual fact, it's a much more complex proposition that draws its roots from a psychic reality, that it is perhaps not only a conscious psychic reality. In fact, in the books I mentioned, language is understood as something that is very different from the articulated word. Language is something else. It is something that precedes the intelligible sound, i.e. the word. And based on the Saussure definitions, who is the most clever and profound scholar of human language, it is not excluded that language is something other than its own manifestations, whatever type they are, whether they are articulated sounds or whether they are gestures, painting or written signs. So perhaps Saussure supposes that language could do without the actual intention of communicating something to one's own peers. So language becomes the free expression, such as, for example, what the artist does, who creates a statue, a painting, or a melody, not to say something to their peers, but because of their internal needs to do something. So language, it's as if it were linked to movement, to being, to life itself. So the language would be an expression both in the articulated speech of adults and also, and I would like to say it because the first few years and months of life were mentioned, language is the breath, the cry, and the movement of the newborn. So we have being understood as existence as language, but specifically it is the being of the human being that is a language in their conscious and non-conscious reality. So speaking, a peculiar characteristic of the human species, could find in its psychic reality its origin and foundation, as the psychic reality is exclusively human. Another important point is this. In Ferdinand de Saussure, we find that in his research on what precedes language itself, talks about thought. So he says, before the language, thought comes, but according to him, the thought is an amorphous and indistinct mass. Only by the subsequent coupling of thought with phonics and then with the written sign, only by this we end up having a language that is the possibility of communicating with others. So we have first the existence and then the means to communicate. Then going back to our research in psychiatric and psychological field, not talking about linguistics, we go back to what César said. And so we ask ourselves, what do we mean by the word thought? We working in psychiatry and psychology and psychotherapy. But we must also reflect on an obvious reality that phonics, that is articulated language, will be based on thought. In human physiological reality, it occurs only after many months. So what is this thought before language, before its definition that would occur through verbalization? So before it becomes long as a form of communication. I understand that this becomes a bit complicated, but this research on thought is this. We observe that the newborn is in the physiological situation of not saying we develop sight in the first year of life. So at the beginning, the newborn only sees light and shadows, but the newborn can perceive sounds. In other words, the newborn, having a condition of immaturity of the visual system, cannot have clear visual images based on the retinal perception of external objects. But what the newborn can have acoustic images using César expressions from the perception of sound. So vision is not clear, is not defined. It can't have defined images, but it can have acoustic images using César's words derived from the perception of other senses. So these images are not defined, but they represent a psychic trace in the child. They in itself have a psychic character. César too says this. So we could say that there's the possibility there of memory. They remain in us as a memory. So would this be the thought of the first year of life? So before acquiring an articulated language, will we have a thought through images? At this point, we identify the image as an essential element, being aware that the absolutely new, according to the theory of Massimo Fagioli, is the retinal stimulation by light at the time of birth. So the possibility of having images linked to the retinal indefinite stimulation. Light stimulation at birth would therefore determine a reaction that, as Massimo Fagioli writes, which includes a psychic fact, a psychic activation, a psychic fact connected with the possibility of forming images that after birth would originate from the relationship with reality mediated by other senses beyond sight. Let's think about how important it is for a newborn baby to hear sounds, touch. The definite sight comes after. Therefore, the formation of images that we defined as internal, it doesn't paralyze the image in itself, it limits it. So let's go back to what we said at the beginning. Are these the images that artists want to represent? Let's go back to our research. So we have the maturation of the visual system that determines the exact physical vision. This occurs during the first year of life. We can say that it is at that time when a difficult passage, very difficult, characterized by the fusion and composition between the first acoustic images derived from the perception of sound with the other stimuli and the physical vision of the external object. So there is that fundamental shift, so to say, that leads us to acquiring line as a separation. So maybe this is the subsequent passage, the idea of line, to understand the shift from the pre-verbal reality to the verbal reality after the first year of life. So to do this, it is essential to acquire, on the part of the newborn, of the idea and concept of line. An idea that is apparently an abstract idea, but it contains in itself the fundamental idea of transformation, but also of transformation. The line allows us to define spaces and situations.
Allora, cerco di essere ancora più rapida per
I'll try
comprendere
and
quanto ho
be
detto che
even
forse è molto
more brief. To try and understand what I said, which I understand can be complicated, it is absolutely necessary to refer back to Massimo Fagioli's theory, the theory that proposes a psychic transformation based on the concept of fantasy of disappearance towards one's own inner situation relationship. A theory that so it takes for granted an idea of transformation without an annulment of the previous image in the sense of elimination of the previous image, but it has in itself the idea of transformation. So the shift from image to the word does not eliminate the image, but the image gets transformed. So words and verbal symbolization maintain a relationship with the image they derive from, even if the image is no longer in the writer's mind or in the artist's mind, but it is not a lost image. Somehow we can always go back to it. So talking and writing become art, an artistic act. The child who talks becomes a little poet, and the adult who draws a great artist. But to conclude, let's go back to our initial question, which is maybe unresolved at this point. I'm not sure. Can the word, as a fundamental tool for a psychotherapy journey, not only repair the wounds of the image and heal the wounds of the affections of the subject who asks for treatment, but also determine the creation of new images and thoughts in those who have lost them? The creative act of the psychotherapist, so the language that cure, what does it have to be just in order not to be just a free expression or a non-transformative personal creation of the reality of the other? Perhaps the element that allows us to leave the world of art to enter the world of therapy and care is the rejection of the ill or disease dimensions of the other. It is a recognition of what is destructive in the other person and be against it. It's the intentionality that must exist in the person about to treat their peer. The intentionality has to be characterized by the interest in the sick human being and the total rejection of the destructiveness of the illness. So interest for the person and the destructiveness of the disease is rejected, not the person. Thus, for the psychotherapist, the creativity in the interhuman relationship is not providing words and phrases like a poet would do. It is not representing as the artist would do, but it is interpreting. So it creates the mental reality of those who have lost it.
We can proceed. We can proceed to Maureen's paper now.
Lyon. That's right. Thank you. Good morning. I'm very honored to be here today at this historic research university, Sapienza University of Rome. Sapienza means wisdom or knowledge, and I hope today to share with you some wisdom from our children and adolescents, and to share some of our research knowledge about using mandalas in psychotherapy. I bring greetings from Children's National Hospital in Washington, D.C., and from my colleague, Dr. Lori Weiner, who is a social worker who, thank you, is at the National Cancer Institute at the National Institutes of Health. So my objective today is to present two ways of introducing mandalas in psychotherapeutic practice. First, to integrate mandalas or circle drawings as a therapeutic tool or technique in the treatment of children and adolescents with a serious life-threatening illness, in this case with Lori's work with HIV-infected adolescents and children, and I'm going to do a case study with an adolescent and her mom who has cancer. And then how to create a safe emotional outlet to express feelings about living with a potentially life-threatening illness for both the patient and the family members. So what is a mandala? At its simplest, it's a circle drawing. But at its most complex, I would propose to you that it's a healing tool that can be used in psychotherapy that crosses cultures and times. And then if it's possible to turn off the lights so you can see the pictures, because the next part's going to be all pictures. In Sanskrit, the word mandala means lotus flower. And in Buddhism, the lotus represents a metaphor for the obstacles, if you will, to happiness or for the suffering in life, in the sense that the roots of the lotus flower are in the mud. So I'm going to get lots of, there you go. The roots of the lotus flower are in the mud, which represents ignorance, hatred, greed, death or fear of death, and also just other kinds of fears as well. Now I'm going to get nervous that the lights are off. However, it's possible with whether through psychotherapy in terms of healing or in terms of Buddhist or spiritual practice to get out of the mud, if you will, and then to realize or grow into this beautiful lotus flower that is in the sun and that is in a whole new world and experience, but still grounded in the mud. And in Buddhism, there are three kinds of mandalas. The first kind are the sand mandalas, which represent impermanence. The second kind are healing mandalas. And the healing mandala brings calmness to the creator, but also the observer. And the third kind of mandala are teaching mandalas to teach spiritual or religious practices for those who practice the Buddhist faith. Now here we have an example of an ancient mandala representing the circle of life, representing as well interdependence and interconnectedness. So in the center you might notice that there's a chicken. So what comes first, the chicken or the egg? This or that, not this or not that. Here we see a mandala from the psychoanalyst Carl Jung. Jung defined mandalas as circular images that are drawn, painted, modeled, or danced. He saw them as a path to the self, a voice of the unconscious, and the archetype of wholeness. He also thought that of mandalas as nature's way of self-healing, not through conscious reflection, but through unconscious instinctive impulses. And he thought mandalas had its therapeutic effect through very bold efforts to see and put together apparently irreconcilable opposites and to bridge over apparently hopeless splits. And here is a cover from a book on mandalas that was written by Suzanne Fishner, also a Jungian analyst who worked a lot with children, and as well as her colleague, whose name I'm forgetting for a moment. I'll come back to that. But here with children, there was also this idea that mandalas represent self-healing, but in addition, a kind of maturation, and that they also reflected humans' innate connection, if you will, or affinity for circles, which were thought of as non-threatening. And finally, from their perspective, it was a reminder of the fundamental fact that we are alive, and to increase awareness of the fact that we are physical beings that are connected and have a place in space. So the first method I'm going to talk to you about is the work that Lori Weiner did at the National Cancer Institute, which has a clinic at the time that worked with HIV-positive adolescents and children. And in the context of psychotherapy, she would ask the child patient to think of what they wanted to focus on in that session today, and then to close their eyes and think to themselves what feelings were associated with that topic that they wanted to focus on. And then after all the feelings were elicited, she would ask them to open their eyes, and she would have written down everything they had said, and she read it back to them. She then gave them a piece of paper with a circle drawn on it and instructed the child or adolescent to draw their feelings, and they could make it any shape they wanted. They could put it anywhere in the circle that they wanted, and it could be any color that they wanted. And these drawings were done in colored pencils. So in this first one, the focus of the session was on questions. And the first question, if we start at the 1 o'clock position, if you think of a clock, when will there be a cure? The next one, when will I die? Will I live long enough to go to high school or college or get married? The question mark, what will it feel like to no longer exist? In the yellow, what will happen to me tomorrow? And in the green, when will it start getting better again? In this next one, the theme was, my sister was diagnosed with HIV. In starting in the 1 o'clock position, there's a mouse, it says quiet. In the center, the black circle, different, afraid. The orange, confused. The yellow and shaded area, hopeful. And then we see an orange kind of square-like thing. Can't read that, sorry. And then the next one, sad with the mask. And then the final one, almost at the noon position, mad. Now, interestingly, in the Fishner system, there were meaning given to these colors. And black represented death in her work with children. Green represented renewal, growth, nature or nurture. Gray represented depression or equanimity. Orange represented warmth, spirituality, energy, and power. And blue represented calmness, serenity, or peace, which is not consistent with what we have here. And brown represented, with children as a whole, sorrow, which again is not consistent with the representation here from this child. In this last one, the theme was my life with HIV, starting with the 1 o'clock position again. I have love for my family, in the small red figure there, hospital time. And then in the center, it talks about lying. always lying. And then as we go around, family time, playing with my hamster, and taking meds. And then I just want to read to you the interpretation that Lori Weiner put here. The central figure in the drawing is a large staring eye, which when asked about it, the young woman described as always lying. What became clear is how her central energy is invested in the fear of being found out, fear of others watching her, and her constant lies in an effort not to disclose her diagnosis inadvertently. Once this was brought into the open, they decided together to contact a couple of teachers at her school so she would have a few people who wouldn't know her diagnosis. And in fact, this did bring a lot of comfort to this adolescent. So in this research study, they found themes. They did a small study with 35 adolescents. The themes surrounded somatic issues, medications, hospitalizations, social relationships, but also optimism and happiness. In this second method we tested at Children's Hospital, we did what we call the family drawing circle. And here it was an art therapist who did the technique. And I'm just going to present one case example, but walk through it slowly. This was a 16-year-old female adolescent who was managing a relapse of osteosarcoma, and it was also done with her mom. And each of them were given oil pastels on a kind of drawing paper, you'll see in a moment, a rectangular shape that was folded into 6 parts. And the adolescent was given 6 prompts, as well as the mom. And each prompt had to do with themes around the representation of the illness, what their fears and worries were, what their hopes were, and what they expected from, and what the symptoms were, because the ultimate goal of this study was to help with symptom management. So we asked and also it was done separately. So the adolescent first did it with the therapist in a separate room, answered each of these questions. And a STEM would be, for example, using lines, shapes, colors, or symbols, draw a picture of your illness. And then after she had completed her drawings, mom in a separate room was asked parallel questions. For example, using lines, shapes, colors, or symbols, draw your understanding of your child's illness. And then the final prompt was a mandala, which the art therapist felt was critical to helping bring together all the feelings that would be elicited earlier. And that statement was, I have one last drawing that I would like you to do. It's called a mandala drawing, and it begins with a circle. You can fill it in any way you choose. You may go beyond the line if you wish to. So what you see here now, the bottom one is the adolescent patient, and the top drawings are the parallel questions that the mom completed separately. And then they were brought together in the same room and then asked, so it would be the art therapist with the adolescent and the mom there, and starting first with the adolescent, what did her drawing mean? And I'm going to read you the transcript of this, just to be sure I repeat it properly. And on the bottom here, I think is a laser. This one. There we go. So this is the first drawing right there. Oh, so this is the first drawing right here. And what the adolescent had to say about this. The black and the dark cloud are all the bad things that could go wrong, and the red line and the sun are all the things that could go right. It's a balance right now because it could go either way. Oh, thank you. And then up here, we see the mom's drawing. And mom says, I'm not really sure what these mean. We've been doing this for 2 years. I'm not sure what this means. I just drew it. And then coming down now to this one, this is the adolescent's drawing. Thanks. She said, these are my lungs, and this is this, she points to the sad face, is pain. I have a lot of pain in my lungs right now, which I know is from my medication, which I'm taking because of my cancer. And then the mom responds up here, "That's so funny. Mine is also about your pain." And she points to the 4 circles, "are all the pains that you get. It starts out as one, but it always becomes more." And now looking at this circle, in response to the prompt, "How is that your illness changed your life?" She says, "Being sick has made me stronger," represented by the muscular arm, and wiser, represented by the brain. "I realized I can do things I didn't know I could do before, and I appreciate things a lot more. I know a lot more about myself." And in the drawing up above here from the mom, "I drew stairs because you can't go up them anymore, but you take the elevator so you get places faster. And I drew cheerleading because you used to be able to do the physical stuff, represented by the pom-poms. And now you're the manager, represented by the blue whistle, which fits you because you're a natural leader. I drew positive things too," she exclaimed. And then the following one right here for the child. After the prompt, "What are you hoping for from your current medical treatment?" She says, "This is me, and this is the finish line, because I want to be done with all the treatment and all the medications and hospital stays." And then up here for the mom, in response to the same prompt about what she's hoping for her daughter's treatment, "I pretty much drew the same thing. Your lungs are free of pain, you with curly hair and no crutches." And then the 5th prompt, there are actually 2 here, so I'll go over those. I believe we start with the bottom one and then move up. And that prompt was about fears or worries and what helps when you are faced with serious challenges in your life. So in the bottom part of that, she said, "First, I drew all the chemo and the thermometer because of infection and all the pills I need to take, because I'm afraid where I'm at will get worse and I'll need to take all these treatments again. But the things that make me feel like I can get through it are my family," represented by the heart, "my football team and the cheerleading team." And then she says, "Team Alex," and pointed to herself, "because I'm my biggest strength." And then mom up here, that same kind of split photo, a drawing. Yeah. The mom says, "The dark cloud is all the negative stuff, the pain and the sickness and the bad moods and the personality change. And I drew death because," and she just shrugged. The patient then interrupted and said, "I wanted to draw that too, but it felt too real." And then we come to the last one, the mandala. After this prompt, which I read to you before that, I have one last drawing that I would like each of you to do. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't do her hopes. Let me come back up here to the mom. So mom responded after her daughter said that she felt it was too real. "Yeah, but it's there and it's a possibility we should talk about. For her strengths, though, I drew similar stuff. I drew her family, yellow fingers, her little friend group, the orange fingers, her music, the blue notes, and her technology, because she always has her iPhone with her and her headphones, talking or listening to music." And then after the mandala prompt, she said, the patient at the bottom, "This is an emoji to show that I feel happy after talking about all this stuff." Right? The apparently inherent contradiction or opposite. "It makes me feel hopeful because we talked about it and we're on the same page." And mom ends with, "Mine is like yin and yang. The top is feeling happy and good and where we're at. The bottom is worry, sadness, because the topics are tough and you think about the other things that could go wrong. But it's definitely a balanced feeling, which is a good thing because it's realistic." And then just to end on, I wanted to just end with a contemporary mandala. There's an installation at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York City, and my time is up. I want to just thank you so much.
Ok. Buongiorno a tutti. Parlerò anch'io in italiano.
Good morning. Today, in my presentation,
Nella mia relazione vi parlerò di
I'd like to talk to you about borderline personality disorder and creativity.
Tramite i seguenti punti.
And I will talk about these aspects. The guideline for the borderline disorders, an Autonomous model, human birth theory by Massimo Fagioli, the DSM-5 TR criteria, psychotherapy for borderline disorder in the light of birth theory, and finally the role of psychotherapy, the psychotherapy's imagination and creativity. The guidelines of the National Institute for Health and Care Excellence provide that psychological therapies are the first choice for borderline personality disorder. In a review published in 2020, Sturber and collaborators say that psychotherapy proves effective for the treatment of borderline disorder and that there are no significant differences between the different approaches. In the psychodynamics field, Kenberg and collaborators have devised a model of psychotherapy starting from their own studies on a borderline organizational personality, which would be characterized by identity dispersion, primitive defense mechanisms, maintained reality analysis, but with possible cracks in the situation of acute stress. For Kernberg, a particularly intense innate aggression in traumatic environments favors the use of splitting and projective identification, preventing the achievement of integration between good options and bad options, identity dispersion. The psychiatrist Massimo Fagioli has not developed a specific model for this disorder, but the birth theory offers interesting ideas. I will briefly expose the most important points. During pregnancy, the fetus is immersed in the amniotic fluid in the dark and develops what Fagioli calls vitality, namely the biological reaction of a libidinal self of the fetus in utero, which, having a relationship with the object, the amniotic fluid, through the biological sensibility, realizes its existence through the sensations given by the qualities of the object. At birth, then, the newborn is then hit by light that hits the retina, and this determines the activation of the brain substance. Fagioli has discovered that this activation is part of a global reaction of the newborn, who reacts with the annulment potential aimed at making the light disappear, creating a fantasy of returning to the previous state. The annulment pulsion joins the vitality by taking the characteristics of what Fagioli calls a disappearance fantasy, that is, the fantasy of making the born self disappear and simultaneously the recreation of the endouterine self in the relation with the amniotic fluid. The biological experience of contact between skin and amniotic fluid, now lost, is recreated and transformed into a psychic image of the self in relation to an external object. Human thought is born as an ability to imagine, and this would be the first internal image that moves the newborn looking in the search for relationships. The internal content of this movement would be what Fagioli calls hope certainty that there is a breast. The newborn will then look for the external object, the mother, investing her with his own or their own libido. If she's warm, attentive, will have affection, hope, the hope certainty will be confirmed. The newborn will be able to feed and relate to her qualities. Eating and seeing will be fused. Eyes and mouth will be integrated into what Fagioli calls the eye-mouth triangle. And the libido integrated to the eyes will become libido interested in the image of the object and then in its qualities. The baby will thus be able to tolerate separations because the child will be able to abandon the reward given by the physical relationship, with the breast being increasingly interested in seeing and understanding. If, on the other hand, the mother presents affective deficiencies, the newborn will not have confirmation of their own internal reality of absurdity and will end up in a crisis. It is here and not from birth that the possibility of the human being to be ambivalent and aggressive begins. Let's see how. The disturbance caused by lack of affection will lead the newborn to introject the breast in a state of disinterest, blindness towards the qualities of the mother. For this reason, the result of this introjection will be an internal object with a quality of disinterest, i.e. bad and black, i.e. introjected in the dark. The more it will take on these qualities, the more it will be then projected into the external object. The more the child projects it, the more the following situations will arise. The child will relate to the external object by putting its own inner internal situation, dynamics of projective identification. They will thus project their own list for libido into the object, and consequently will gradually deplete itself of libido. The external object will increasingly take on the features of a disinterested sadistic object. The relationship will thus become sadomasochistic and will be sought after by the child, but also as a source of distress. Also, when the external object, because of the continuous projections, will be excessively damaged and feared for the child, it will be too easy to react with the annulment pulsation, I guess, making it disappear, but also losing the libido linked to the relationship. So for the continuous lack of libido, it will not reach the integration of the eye-mouth triangle. Libido will remain tied to physical, oral, and craving reward. Its relationship with reality will not just be based on investment, separation, formation of an internal object, but only on the blind introjection of the object with all its consequences. The disappearance fantasy of birth will be compromised. Therefore, separating from the object will mean remain in some way always empty inside. What has been described so far can describe the situation of the patient having a borderline personality disorder. And in fact, they tend to experience separation with distress. And as the DSM-5 text revision states, to make desperate efforts to avoid abandonment, real or imagined. The distress is due to the fact that the patient does not know how to create an image of the relationship that is experienced. And therefore, at each separation, they are alone with the sense of emptiness, of hollowness, that they often refer to. Then they hold fast on the sadomasochistic relationship. The other is the savior, the one who can feel the emotional hollowness, but who cannot change because due to their internal precariousness, the patients react again with blindness, anger, and introjection to the first variation. This will be followed by projection, which will inevitably lead to altering the image of the other, which will become the source of every disappointment and every problem. Relationships are unstable and intense and characterized by the oscillation between idealization and devaluation, and anger is inappropriate, intense, or difficult to control. Patients do not know whether to approach or move away, whether they love or hate, therefore whether they're good or bad. They don't know themselves. They have an image, an unstable self-image or sense of the self. And if the mood is a function and consequence of thought and affection, rapid and continuous oscillation is a natural consequence of what has just been stated. But when, because of the projected identification, the reality of the other and the visual possibilities of the patient will be excessively damaged, not only the unconscious reality and the effects will be altered, but also the conscious relationship with reality, and temporary paranoid thoughts of or serious dissociative symptoms can be triggered by stress may manifest. Self-harm and frequent suicidal thoughts and whole behaviors can be understood as consequences of the situations that's just been described. The first is an attempt to replace psychic pain with physical pain. The second is an attempt to put a definitive end to distress and suffering when they now coincide with life. Finally, impulsivity could be understood as a consequence of the inability to think without acting, to contain and process thoughts and emotions, to create internal images. At this point, I think we can say, and I propose it to you as an invitation for a shared reflection, that the unconscious central realities in the borderline disorder are a massive use of blind introjection, projective identification, impasse in the sadomasochistic relationship, situations that make the patient increasingly poor in terms of libido and therefore in imagination. Because, as Fagioli writes, the disappearance fantasy becomes a creator of images and of verbal thought if it is slowed down by libido. Not only slowed down, but transformed from a tendency towards disintegration, towards the inorganic, into a tendency towards the psychic life of thought. This definition allows us to understand how fantasy is not an embellishment of the personality, but a fundamental element of the psychic life, and how, in Fagioli's approach, the enrichment of thought is not a process that proceeds by increasing rationality, but by increasing and transforming the libido. It is therefore necessary within psychotherapy to address the dynamics of the loss of the libido, more specifically in the case of the borderline disorder, through the frustration of these pathological drive dynamics described above, in the sense of not participating in them, but also interpreting them, that is, by revealing to the patient their pathological content and their origin, so that they can find in a healthy, non-aggressive birth the possibility of healing. This task, however, could be particularly difficult given that the borderline borderline patient often needs interventions to manage acute symptoms through, for instance, drug therapy or hospital admissions or hospitalizations. Interventions that shift attention to a conscious and behavioral level, and that, again, according to the guidelines, must be temporary because in addition to having a symptomatic effect, they do not have a healing effect, which is recognized in psychotherapy. Instead, they should be understood as an interhuman relationship in which to grasp the patient's instinctual reality, face it and transform it. A very complex creative act. A certain internal approach of the psychotherapist is then necessary. Of course, careful not to underestimate the needs for the treatment of the symptoms, but mainly intent on understanding the patient's unconscious based on their history, dreams, and everything they say and do during the session. They will have to perceive the words and behaviors and separate from their meaning to grasp the sense. Like the baby who, when weaning, separates from the breast to keep the image of a relationship of satisfaction inside, but better still, like the newborn who at birth transforms the biological sensations given by the amniotic fluid into a psychic image of the presence of an external object. Thus, therapists, with their own disappearance fantasy, transform what is perceived into images that come spontaneously to their mind. Again, in Death, Instinct and Knowledge, Fagioli writes, in this work, the analyst finds the meaning of the patient's story. The analyst finds the communication, the libidinal investment of the patient towards the analyst, and the images that the patient induces in the analyst. Fagioli then continues illustrating what happens subsequently when the therapist translates these images into a verbal thought to communicate it to the patient through an interpretation. It is repeated at another level what had happened at birth with the disappearance fantasy that had created the image of the intrauterine situation. This time, the disappearance of the image leads to the creation of verbal thought. If this will be the internal reality of the psychotherapist, then the patient will start relating to a human being able to understand their internal qualities. This time the object will not be a knowledge, and the more the patient will see their qualities, will be able to keep them inside, the more the lustful libido will disappear to become libido of the eyes interested in the internal content. Once the visual intuitive abilities have been recreated, the patient's relational dynamics will increasingly be based on seeing the object and transforming it into an image. The libido will be less and less ambivalent, less and less filled with drives to make the object disappear, eating it with closed eyes, and therefore it will be increasingly accepted by the patient. And gradually it will transform the annulment pulsion into a disappearance fantasy. Fagioli states again that we help patients not to live their situation of hollowness, of psychic blindness as an impossibility, and we give them the chance to look see their fantasies, the chance to understand and think. Having rediscovered through interpretations the possibility of understanding one's own instinctual reality, pulsional reality, the patient can become less and less passive and more creative in the sense, and said by Fagioli with the following words: creativity should rather be referred to the child who gradually frees themselves from passivity and ambivalence in the relationship with the object. We mean creativity as a psychic creativity, creativity of images, creativity of a human psychic self, the creativity of thought. I would like to end by thanking the organizers for accepting my contribution. I would like to thank you for listening to me and all the colleagues with whom I shared exchange of views and reflection, and in particular with respect to the topic covered, Dr. Valentina Mancini and Dr. Valentino Reghetti. Thank you very much.
Gli orientamenti psicanalitici moderni, rifiutando le idee
Modern
dell'analista come schermo opaco,
psychoanalysis, rejecting the idea of the analyst as an opaque mirror of analytic neutrality and downsizing interpretation as an insight vehicle, redefine the purposes of the therapy that must now focus on the construction of meanings and reorganizing experiences, on the creation of more consistent narratives, or on creating the conditions that may allow analyzers to improve the undreamable and the interrupted dreams. With the intersubject current, we assist the constructive thought in psychoanalysis, saying that there is no affection that can be easily reactive and reflecting what the patient brings to the discussion. Stern affirms that the truth is creation. From his perspective, the distribution of power in analysis is closer to equality and balance. Patient and analyst share the creation of what they agree to be true. We assist to a therapeutic relationship that is interactive, in which patient and therapist cooperate to care the patient. But can we think that therapist and patient can have a relationship that is balanced, especially at the beginning of therapy? Our perplexity comes from the idea that the patient comes to therapy has symptoms, pathologies that doesn't make them collaborative and not creative. We think about the problem of negative transference. Fagioli analyzed how negative transference require a commitment by the therapist that cannot take away responsibility from the dynamics of the patient. The story of one case, we derive the fantasy of disappearance as an element which leads the patient to be active in separation, with dramatic consequences in therapy. Especially in the initial phases of a psychotherapy, we often assist to the emergence of destruction dynamics characterized by annulment tension with hollowness of the patient. Psychotherapist becomes a ghost full of aggression, and it becomes dangerous. And so the patient must frustrate pulsion, annulment pulsion,
per consentire al paziente di riconquistare quella vitalità.
And the therapist must allow patients to gain that vitality that can see the therapist for what they really are. So since the therapist needs to face the negative transference for most of the therapy, we believe that it is not possible to have a therapeutic alliance or a creative relationship when, especially with serious patients, the therapist is seen as a prosecutor. We can therefore say that in psychotherapies, the relationship between patient and therapist, the relationship is not balanced, but it is different, especially between those who lost their identity and those who instead have achieved it after a path of personal care. But what do we mean by therapist identity, and how do we achieve creativity that is expressed in psychotherapy with the ability to heal. Considering the complexity of the topic, we just talk about some aspects of psychotherapist training. Given for granted that therapists must undergo personal therapy, let's focus on one aspect of their training, that is, on how psychotherapists achieved knowledge of human reality through the study of the reference theory. We believe that the elaboration of the theory is necessary to really treat patients and to avoid an approach that lacks theory, that is limited to empathic contact that could be consolatory but without prospects of healing in the end. In order to develop creativity in the work as a psychotherapist, we think that it is first of all necessary to replace the typical learning approach, studying instead with a personal elaboration of theory as an integral part of the training path. Psychotherapy cannot be a repetition of what learned theoretically. Otherwise, therapists will lose the ability to communicate with intuition and sensitivity. Fagioli talks about the idea that applying a theory does not allow to develop your own intuition. To be a psychotherapist, using notions without personally and deeply elaborate them damages the possibility to see and to know. To truly elaborate a thought about yourself and about the patient, you have to separate from concepts. And you have to do it so deeply that you have to forget what you have learned. However, this doesn't mean that it is not essential to know the psychic dynamics. It means to see them deeply so that you can reach and develop your own thought on that. In the light of these ideas, we could say that therapists who have not transformed the theoretical concepts in the light of their own personal experience is like a non-therapist. Theoretical concepts should not be seen, should be transformed and fused with the healthy identity of therapists. As the Simone writes, for the specific effectiveness of our therapeutic approach, it is necessary that the therapist's theory became or becomes the reality of therapists. Only when this happens, the unconscious dynamics can be interpreted in psychotherapy with creativity. If therapists in learning notions and concepts implements introjection of these concepts, losing the possibility of forming a personal thought, they also lose the possibility to form a personal thought. There is no separation from this object, and this does not allow to create a personal thought that, fused with a genital libido, will direct to the object. We realize that applying these dynamics to the object can be reducing, but there is a human being here, and the studies of Fagioli can help delineate the transformation aspect of a psychotherapist, starting through the way they read theory. We have to be receptive, as Fagioli suggests. That doesn't mean to take possession of the material object or the image of the object. The evolution and transformation of the relationship with theory requires libido to become receptive, like seeing the object in its entirety. Clearly, as Fagioli says, this creates distress because it means receiving without taking.
In questo passaggio, l'angoscia di anaffettività
In this passage, the distress of unaffectivity, the realization of the disappearance fantasy that destroys libidinal possibilities is greater, because it is like the libido were no longer active, that is vital, abandoning the libido of the mouth so that it becomes the libido of the ears and the skins that have no chance of taking, gets you closer to the experience of unaffectivity, or at least passivity. Following the thread of what is written in this chapter of death, instinct, and knowledge, we could think that the creative reading of the theory requires, first of all, separation. Separation that as transformation and development of one's own libido for a total vision of the object. According to Fagioli's theory, this total vision requires a fusion dynamics of the eye-mouth triangle. Only through this fusion can the object, the theory, be deeply seen, integrating libido with a vision that goes beyond the notions and material reality. Creativity is doing what did not exist before, to give birth to a thought that derives from what has been studied, to make it personal. We can think it is essential for creativity in psychotherapy. This has creative aspects that derives, because it derives from a separation and transformation. It involves seeing fully what is in front of you, not aiming to take what is known, but let's say exploiting the object to develop your own personal energy that will allow you implement a specific therapy that can lead to creativity. As we said, creativity of the therapy that wants to transform the reality of the patient comes from a course in which theory has become integral part of reality. For this to happen, we need two conditions: a valid theory and those who use it to create a relationship with others' discoveries, to understand the ideas of the other as a drive to develop further knowledge. In this condition, the depth of the ideas follows the work of an author, because otherwise ideas are just interjected in the mind as concepts without the possibility of being assimilated. To give an example about the dynamics of interjections, is like swallowing a tuna can instead of eating its content. The recognition of the research of the author to make his discoveries allows to get more directly to his thought and to use his ideas. When we talk about recognition, we refer not to the concepts contained in the works, but rather to the vital energy and the possibility of intuition and connection that led to such discoveries, creating a relationship with the author where each of us have an identity, as opposed to the identification that characterized the relationship of members of some schools of psychoanalysis, characterized on the one hand by the recognition and acceptance of the work of others, and on the other by the development of their own activity of thought, and therefore by the possibility of keeping personal identities. So it is no longer a matter of identifying with something, a dynamic that involves the introjection of the object that disappears on the inner side, but rather to identifying from a condition in which the object remains intact and vital inside yourself.
Thank you. Thank you to our 4 speakers who spoke on creativity in art and in therapy. Marcella spoke on Marcella, Roberto, and Elena all attempted to correlate the human birth theory with traditional psychodynamic theory. And Marcella spoke on creativity in interhuman relationships. Maureen spoke on the use of creativity to heal patients, children and adolescents. Roberto defined borderline as inhibited creativity, borderline personality disorder as inhibited creativity. And Elena, most significantly, without knowing it, tied up her answer to Professor Sartorius' keynote lecture on new paradigms in psychiatry, and she emphasized that therapists must be creative, and to develop creativity in psychotherapists, we have to go beyond their theory. So it was a fitting end to the 4 lectures. Of course, Anne-Lore Homburg will try to synthesize all 4 in a few sentences, and then we can open the forum for questions up to, I think we're allowed to extend up to 11:45. So Anne-Lore.
Good morning, and does it work? Yeah. Okay. Let's go. It does work? Yes. Okay. Good morning to everyone, and as the Roman friends already know, and your friends from abroad will now understand, we are perfect in Roman terms. We are only 30 minutes late, which is nothing for Rome, But this has the consequences that we have only left something like 10 minutes for a very short resume I'll try to do, and maybe 1 or 2 questions from you if you feel like doing so. Okay. Trying to resume interventions were rather asymmetrical because there were 3 papers who followed the same theoretical approach, and there was Lyon who followed, if I may say so, a more Jungian approach based on mandalas. What is the same? What is the common point in it? What I thought listening is that you have all something in common today, which you exposed, which is a completely turning upside down the classical psychodynamic approach to creativity. When I was in my training and tried to understand what psychodynamics thought about creativity and the arts, it was from minus to plus theory. It was always the idea that we are human beings are born with primary dynamics which are rather destructive, and that they have to be overcome in order to guarantee mental health, but also in order to explain creativity. The Kleinian approach said that it's a repair mechanism which can only occur during the depressive position. The one who was more understandable from my point of view was Ernst Kries, who wrote that creativity is a regression, still going back to primary destructive mechanism, but in the service of the ego. So today you all, turned that completely upside down, because if I understood that right, you all said that there is something originally in the human psyche which is the origin and the potential of all developments. It's also the origin and the potential movement of creativity. You may disagree on whether these are inborn structures, and there we in Rome and the futurists would love to discuss with you about synesthesia, and maybe it's pictures which are not inborn but are somehow, imagine acoustic, as Marcella tried to explain us. But this is a long discussion. We don't have time. There's a light lunch, and you all on the other 3 papers, of course, started from the idea that in the moment of birth, there's something, an first form of identity which had all the potentials of becoming creative, which is to live in a relationship, to separate and to transform the lived experience in something else. So you understand, as if I understand it right, that everyone is creative, that people with mental problems are less creative or not creative at all, that the therapist has to have that kind of creativity, which doesn't mean it has to he or she has to be an artist, but has to have the possibility to be thoroughly in a relationship, then separate from it and transform the experience in inner images, thoughts, and verbal expression. So I really wonder what you, coming from all places over the world, and many, of course, from Rome, think about this completely turning upside down the original idea of creativity. Okay, thank you. And now we have 6 minutes for a question from you. Please, go ahead.
Allora, io avrei una domanda per il dottor Zucchini.
I have a question for Dr. Zucchini. Thank you for the fantastic presentation on the borderline disorder. And so you said that psychotherapy is considered the standard for the treatment of the borderline disorder, while hospitalizations and all the work that the public service does in Italy on chronicity is not what leads to nuclear healing aspects. So I was wondering specifically, how could it be important at some point in treating a borderline patient, for instance, to go from an individual psychotherapy to a group psychotherapy in relation to the theory aspects you mentioned? So how the patient experiences the relationship with continuous annulment, so everything becomes darker and darker. While instead, what could be, especially for us, the aspect of the group therapy? Thank you.
Ok,
Right.
io rispondo in italiano.
So a question in Italian, I will answer in Italian. So thank you for the question.
Can I ask Roberto to please translate the question first? You can translate. Okay, thank you.
I was asking to Dr. Zucchini how in borderline personality disorder can be helpful for the patient to, like psychotherapy is the gold standard treatment that is for the guideline that is proposed, how it could be and when it could be the moment to pass through from the individual psychotherapy to group psychotherapy. So when it could be helpful and if it can work. Yeah, this is my question. Yeah.
Dr. Zucchini is how does psychotherapy help the borderline personality disorder, and at what point does psychotherapy format change from individual to group psychotherapy? Okay.
Allora, sì, intanto, come dire, giusto per chiarire, perché
to clarify, I mean, many among us, not me, but many of us who work in the Italian public sector, also following what Professor Sartorius said earlier on, is that we have to come to terms with which resources and how many resources we have in the public sector and with what idea the service is brought about. So personally, I don't think that it is impossible for the public service to provide psychotherapy and treatment, in the sense that also the guidelines for the borderline disorder provide for. Yes, I think that in a situation such as the borderline disorder, because of the presence of the lack of acting out, impulsivity, and problems that in many situations become very practical, tangible problems, and they have to be dealt with. But first of all, I mean, all those who work, it's impossible not to follow the dangers, so to say, of actually following each individual aspect. Often there's an eating disorder, there is a lack of regulation, and at least what I tried to convey with my presentation is that with this organic and consistent theory of the theory of birth, there is the possibility of identifying a core, like others have done for the borderline disorder, but an idea that it doesn't all start from an original aggressiveness, but there are alterations in the first year of life. And so the person who then actually, after adolescence, actually the person becomes a borderline patient. I mean, these are all the alterations that lead the person, like we were saying, becomes more greedy, or rather interested and curious about the reality of the other. So I think that the group, so shifting to group therapy, could be helpful, but of course also risky and problematic. So it needs to be done in a careful way. And after, I don't know, I wouldn't know how to quantify, I wouldn't know after how many years, but after a certain period of individual therapy within which the therapist has been able to assess certain changes, so that the patient can have less delusions and have less external objects considered as exclusively as disappointing, and so all in all useless, or maybe to idealize them because they're not seen as they are. I think that when there is the perception that this dynamic has been reduced, the idea of shifting to group psychotherapy could be something that is potentially able to promote development. But whether it is successful or not is another thing. But as an idea, yes, I think it can be of help to bring the patient to see and not just take from the others.
Do we have any more questions or comments from the audience? If we shall entertain one more question from Dr. Silvio, who has come all the way from New York. Yes. Here. For Dr. Lyon.
Question for Dr. Lyon. Is there something about the shape of the mandala, the circle, that's particularly useful for allowing young adolescents and children to express multiple feelings?
No one seems to understand it. It just seems to be this human affinity for the circle, and that it's non-threatening. And why it's been there since the cave days, we don't know. I don't really know the answer, but it's a great question. It's all I do know is that it works, and it's quite powerful. And even this installation exhibit in New York was quite moving and thought-provoking. It's actually, this Tibetan installation is in the healing mandala frame or type, and I don't know the answer. I think what they would tell you is that it's beyond words, that it's not something that you can put into words.
provocation. I have to say that because we here in the homestead of the futurism who worked 100 years ago with the correspondence of shape, lines, geometrical forms and mental states. There are some amazing works of them here to see Optimism, Pessimism by Giacomo Baleon. But isn't it, I don't pretend to explain the history of mandalas with the enormous stratification in the history of Buddhism and Oriental culture and now also in our culture. But isn't it something that can be, not explained, but can refer to, first of all, a feeling of centeredness, then a feeling of wholeness, of integrity, and then of expansion of potentially and of potentials in all directions. It's not repressed. I mean, someone who studied the synesthetic processes, as I did a time ago, would ask like this, but of course I know there is then the whole history of religion and so on, but I just want to say, to understand the effect of science like this, you know, maybe it's not necessary to go back to metaphysical or epigenetic explanation, but that was a provocation, of course.
Okay, so with that comment, we would like to draw the symposium to a close. Since we all need to move towards wholeness, we need to take a break.
Thank you very much for your attention. So, welcome to everyone to the second panel of this morning. I'm Dottoressa Martina Moneglia, and I'm pleased to introduce all the speakers of this panel. There are 4 speakers and a discussant, and every speaker chose to speak in his mother tongue or her mother tongue, so you can use the translation. And so let's go ahead. First of all, I want to introduce our discussant, that is Ugo Tognetti. Professor Ugo Tognetti. He is an architect, professor at the Department of Architecture of the University of Florence, specialized in the protection of cultural heritage, consultant to the World Heritage Center. He has studied and designed intervention with the aim of safeguarding UNESCO sites and settlement of historical interest. He has developed a specific interest in the origin of human artistic activity, a theme on which he published the book Art of Inhabiting the Heart with l'Asinodoro edition. And then I want to introduce, and I'm honored to introduce our first speaker, that is Professor César Alfonso. Today he will speak about libraries, past, present, and future, a study on the psychology of space and design. Professor César Alfonso is the president of the World Federation of Psychotherapy, editor of Psychodynamic Psychiatry. He has held professional appointment at Columbia University, University of Indonesia, Prince of Songkla University in Thailand, and the National University of Malaysia. Former president of the American Academy of Psychodynamic Psychiatry and Psychoanalysis, chair of the psychotherapy section of the World Psychiatry Association. He has been the chief psychiatrist at the Lighthouse Guild Behavioral Health Clinic, providing service for persons with vision loss. His recent work includes psychosocial aspects of suicide and care of blind persons, psychotherapy and biological treatment, psychoanalysis, creativities, and cultural anthropology and psychotherapy, and implementation of psychotherapy training program. Please.
Thank you so much. If I can get my slides up, please. Ok.
Ma volevo presentare la nostra chair, woman.
Well, I also would like to introduce our chair. She is a psychiatrist and psychotherapist. She does group and individual psychotherapists. She has a master in autism spectrum disorder. She works in practice in Florence, and she participated to many international seminars, in particular to Analisi Collettiva for over 16 years. Thank you, Martina.
It's really an honor to be here. This is for those of you who were at Teatro Olimpico 2 years ago. This would be part 2 of that presentation, so you may remember the overview I gave about this topic. Speaking about architecture in general, I am going to do a brief review of what I spoke about last time and focus on libraries specifically. So this presentation will review the salutary effects of architectural design, and I will discuss socially responsible designs of functional spaces using libraries as an example. In libraries, we connect narrative with emotion and history, traveling through time, using our imagination to fuse the proxemic dimensions of intimate, personal, social, and public spaces. The multisensory design of libraries transcends aesthetics and the needs of the individual and connects the user with their community at large. Libraries, the repository of books, provide quiet areas of study and act as social equalizers, community hubs, and places of learning. They foster social connections, promote literacy, and encourage intellectual development. Successful architectural design of libraries stimulates the imagination and facilitates states of contemplation and enthusiasm, allowing for complex emotional states of serenity, euphoria, rapture, and bliss. We spend up to 90% of our lifetime in buildings. American anthropologists in the 1970s, with the study of proxemics, began to understand the importance of space in human communication, shifting emphasis from the verbal aspects of communication to the nonverbal. Hall and colleagues showed how cultures navigate within dimensions of space in predictable and socially predetermined ways, and understood that our spatial arrangements are unconsciously motivated and culturally relevant and resonant. Proxemics can be defined both as the anthropology of space and the psychology of space. It is the study of the human use of space within the context of culture. And Hall's own definition is the interrelated observations and theories of humans' use of space as a specialized elaboration of culture. There are biometrics in the study of proxemics, and just to mention, zoning into the social space, the space for conducting routine social interactions with acquaintances as well as strangers. When we spoke about social distancing during the pandemic, it is no accident that the recommendation was 2 meters. This is pretty universal in most cultures with some differences, some variations. The differences seem to be more at the in the closeness of the closer dimensions of space, in the intimate space and in the personal space. But the social space and the public space are pretty constant across cultures. Now, some psychodynamic correlates. Sociofugal are spatial arrangements or orientations that push people apart, separating them. Sociopetal are spatial arrangements or orientations that pull people in, combining them. Sociofugal and sociopetal arrangements may increase or decrease interaction, and the arbitrary separation of the individual from others alters context and distorts meaning and may lead to alienation in encounters by altering the proxemic equilibrium. The permanence of habitable spaces heightens the social responsibility of architectural design. Living spaces could be sociopetal or sociofugal, inviting closeness or creating distance, encouraging interaction or alienating the self from others. Now, of all buildings, perhaps libraries appeal to me the most. In libraries, we connect narrative with emotion and history, traveling through time, using our imagination to fuse the proximic dimensions of intimate, personal, social, and public spaces. We were talking about the circle in a previous presentation. Geometric designs geometric forms are very important to architects. This is one that is a bit unusual, but you're familiar with, the Mobius strip, discovered by Augustus Mobius, a German mathematician. It is simply a one-sided geometrical, non-orientable structure. It can easily be created by taking a rectangular piece of paper and turning it around. It is universal, it's the basis for the universal sign for recycling. This is a library by the group of Bjarke Ingels, the Astana National Library in Kazakhstan. I believe it's under construction. And the architects state, like the archetype of a yurt, the wall becomes the roof, which becomes the floor, which becomes the wall again. The library archive is organized as a circular loop of knowledge. This is one of my favorite libraries in New York City, the Queens Library at Hunters Point. You have the best view of Manhattan from outside of Manhattan, and this is the outside facade and the interior. And this is a photograph that I took, and I was there with a friend of mine to the left who is an infectious disease specialist who specializes in organ transplantation, and I was preparing this lecture, as you could see there. This is another library by the architect David Adjaye, the Winter Park Library in Florida. The rose-pigmented architectural precast concrete complex panels frame the arched openings on each facade. The facade alludes to Florida vegetation while establishing durability in a tropical, hurricane-prone environment. It did survive the recent 2 hurricanes without any damage. Adjaye was born in Tanzania, the son of a Ghanaian diplomat, and he took residence in the UK for university studies, and now he's all over the world as one of the most established architects. This is a library that brings back memories to my university years, the Beinecke Rare Book Library at Yale University. Completed in 1963, the architect of record, Gordon Bunshaft, who's the same architect who did the Grace Building across from Bryant Park in New York City. You may be familiar with the building. And this is the interior of the library. As you can see, the light filters through the very thin travertine stone to protect the books, but at the same time to create this extraordinary effect. Another of my favorite libraries, this is 2 blocks away from my home, so I call this library my living room. It's the main branch of the New York Public Library. And that is the interior photograph that I took from a desk, from my laptop. Every single person there is working on a laptop. Not a single person you'll see getting books out of the stacks. This begins to tell you what's happening to libraries and how the concept is changing over time. And this is where we were yesterday, some of us, the Biblioteca Angelica. That's approximately 400 years old. And here you see the 2 librarians at the Biblioteca Angelica. We really had an extraordinary time there. Thank you, Daniela, for arranging that. The oldest operating library in the world is in Fez, and I had an opportunity to see it last year. The Al Qarawin Library is considered the oldest continually operating library in the world. The university was founded by a woman, Fatima Al-Firi, and served as a center of learning in the Islamic world, still serves as a center of learning. And this is a picture I took of the courtyard. I was not able to see the inside of the library. It's only open to the registered religious studies students. Now I'm going to tell you about a fictional library, La Biblioteca de Babel. Borges, the author of the short story written in 1941, himself was a librarian, you may not know this, with a passion for books and libraries. The short story begins. El universo que otros llaman la biblioteca se compone de un número indefinido y tal vez infinito de galerías hexagonales. The universe that others may call the library is made up of an indefinite number, perhaps infinite, of hexagonal galleries. I ask myself, why the hexagon? The hexagonal shape of Borges' mythical interconnected library rooms is, in my opinion, an allegorical allusion to the most stable of organic structures in chemistry, the benzene ring, a shape allowing for maximum bonding and stability. discovered in 1865. The hexagon is a geometrically perfect shape, often associated with order and harmony. In nature, hexagons appear in structures like honeycombs, snowflakes, insect eyes, where efficiency and uniformity are key. Borges' short story, The Hexagonal Rooms, in his short stories, the rooms suggest a highly ordered and structured universe. Hexagons can tessellate, which is a word for tiling, covering a space completely and evenly. In the Borges library, this suggests the idea of infinite continuity, each hexagon leading seamlessly to another, reflecting the endless and interconnected nature of the universe. The Library of Babel is a rich allegory for the human condition, exploring the complexities of knowledge, the search for meaning, and the nature of the universe. Borges' library, with its infinite yet largely incomprehensible contents, serves as a symbol of the paradoxical nature of existence and the limits of human understanding. The universe, as knowledge itself, is constantly expanding. Even with access to infinite information, true comprehension is elusive. This is an Asian American artist who created, using artificial intelligence, a pictorial representation of the short story. I found this by accident while reading about, researching the short story. And there are many, many photographic, computer-generated images of the library in the short story, and I encourage you to look it up. And I'm getting to the close of to the end of my presentation. Libraries can also be places to fall in love. This is the Zurich Law Library, designed, recently renovated by Santiago, redone by Santiago Calatrava. And the story goes that Calatrava, while he was an architecture student, met his wife, Robertina, at the university in the library. And then eventually, as years passed and he became an established architect, one of his first important projects, and in my opinion, one of his best works, was to do a renovation, a restoration of this library. And based on the story of having fallen in love in a library, he designed a library where you could see people from every angle, from across the desk, from across the hall, you know, in this magnificent shape that also allows for light to come in and for people to do their work in a very pleasant environment. And this is a library not seen, the Shanghai Library East, recently completed. What's particular about this library that I think symbolizes what's happening to the concept of libraries in the same way that the concept of museums is ever-changing, and museums nowadays are not the same that they used to be. Libraries now serve a different purpose. This library, that's the third largest library in the world in terms of the amount of books that it contains, only 20% of the space is dedicated to books. Still the third largest library in the world. Over 80% of the building is dedicated to community activity and other cultural activities. The design is inspired by polyhedral Taihu stones from the Tang, Song, and Ming dynasties, which served as muses for the intelligentsia. And you are familiar with Taihu stones. Here are two very ancient ones. There were stones to inspire contemplation, reflection, and flow of ideas. Lacan stated, architecture, like painting, is organized around emptiness. In empty space, desire can be articulated. The architect, like the psychoanalyst, uncovers unconscious narratives that are specific to the individual and projects this into a public space that could serve others for generations to come. Fagioli stated, the architect builds even before imagining in the material and direct relationship of himself with the environment and with nature, without imagining the separation of themselves from others and from nature. And this is a photograph and part of the rendering of the Palazzetto Bianco here in Rome, where he is the architect of record. Architects, like psychoanalysts, must attend to the social needs of communities. Sociopolitical designs within a harmonious proxemic context could be socially responsible and have salutary effects. The design of spaces such as libraries psychologically impacts the individual and the collective psyche of groups, cities, and nations. The health-promoting aspects of architecture transcend dyadic aesthetic resonance by attending to the collectivist needs of the population at large. I have references here in case you're interested, and I thank you very much for your attention.
So, thank you very much, César. You were perfectly on time. And for question and discussion, we will do it at the end of the all other presentation. So now I want to introduce Daniele Durante. Daniele Durante is an architect, PhD in industrial design, design arts and new technologies, postdoctoral researcher in exhibit and public design, former adjunct professor at the degree course in industrial design faculty of architecture, University of Rome Sapienza, former adjunct professor at the master program in exhibit and public design. Now, he is adjunct professor at the Faculty of Architecture, University of Ferrara. Since 2009, he is visiting professor at Cornell University in Rome. And in 2004, he founded Studio BV36. In recent years, he has designed and built several public and private projects, such as school, office, residence, corporate headquarters, public spaces, and urban parks. So, please.
Grazie, Martina. First of all, I would like say something about my presentation, and I'm sorry if I will speak in Italian, because in this way I can be more precise about what I mean. L'esposizione del mio intervento è corredata da una
This
serie
presentation is accompanied by a series of looped images, mostly organized chronologically. This selection is arbitrary and partial, but is intended to form a narrative fabric independent to the text as a possibility to trigger possible parallel readings.
Non parte.
It's not starting.
Un momento, mi sembra che c'è un problema tecnico.
I think there's a technical issue.
Riesci a fare play? Doveva essere semplice, invece no.
It should have been simple, but it isn't. Okay. It turns out it isn't. Right, okay.
Dovrebbe essere un video che va da solo, però.
It should be a video.
Va bene, io intanto vado.
Right, I will continue. So both artistic research and design research are actively engaged in the transformation of the contemporary world in a continuous action that tends to continuously renew itself. All creative activities go in this direction, not only those produced by professionals, but by society as a whole, which every day invents new reflections, new relationships, new lifestyles, towards the idea of overcoming specialized sets of knowledge. We are thus witnessing the fluidity of skills and the reduction of the distance between the artist and the scientist, and the disappearance of that between designer and producer. Also, the relationship between art and design appears to be renewed, always in motion, within a continuous crossover process. What is substantial, however, is the difference in the orientation, because if on the one hand the artist does not necessarily have to follow the rules or the ethical codes that their designer's profession imposes, thus working on a very similar project without the repercussion of a failed realization on the other hand, the use of a different media drives designers to a more free creative direction. This particular condition opens up to new scenarios, unexpected scenarios, because by borrowing the freedoms of artists, the designer makes the work object a daily vehicle of to provide new meaning. What line of connection can we then trace as an analytical experience or draw as an interpretative experience between these two phenomena that are that manifest themselves in an independent way, but that reveal a common belonging? Figuratively, this line is not straight. It doesn't cross the practice of art design. It's weaving, sometimes uncertain and indefinite. Its roots lie in a specific creative practice, feature of a design that is not a product, or rather an industrial product, of a design that is somehow non-professional, in which the truest and most genuine historical meaning of design is included. This path is all part of a sensitive sphere where reality, towards which we direct our interest, is the fact of the doing in a tangible way, where certain artists, designers give shape to ideas, where conception is simultaneously an invention of matter and form that expand the renews our intimate experience of reality. We know that man, since its origins, together with the need to create a language, developed the need to create objects, from tools to artifacts. Today, objects surround us in enormous quantities, and many of them are enriched with meaning. We can't do without them. We are born with them, we grow up and develop with them until the end. Andrea Branzi, one of the leading figures of neo-modern design, argued that this condition derives from the fact that the design has always developed its own cultural autonomy, for example, in relation to architecture, stating the centrality of objects and small spaces within large urban scenarios, thus bearing witness to that private and intimate dimension of everyday life which cannot be separate from material history. Indeed, if in history we have had civilizations without architecture and without actual cities, there have never been civilizations without objects. So over history, design and art have always contemplated the design of the craftsman, so someone who creates objects with their hands, even though there is a partial intervention of machine from the outside. This could lead us to an open sea, but it is on the aspect or the meaning of something done by hand that we have to focus to better understand the limit of the production of the artistic objects, given that contemporary creativity can no longer be brought back to the clear division of modernism and postmodernism and their implicit hierarchical hierarchies of production. The three systems of art, design, and craftsmanship are to be considered equivalent in their creation and design. They can be distinguished and appreciated according to their production, distribution, and consumption modes that characterize them and their image and communication strategies. But we can state that if a piece of art is, strictly speaking, an exception due to its peculiar ability to isolate itself from the context, a design object becomes a colloquial presence. If historically the intervention of art in an emerging industrial design was necessary to educate the taste of the masses so that it became good taste, where for each artistic expression, be it arts and crafts, Art Nouveau, Liberty, modern movement, pop art, radical, the aesthetic beauty of things took on different theoretical references, thus becoming everyday life topic. These are the reflections on the boundaries of art design, born from the enlargement of the very concept of creativity, which sees the artist and designer overlap and become a single creative identity. This condition was clear in May 1972, when the Italian design was the protagonist of a very famous exhibition at the MoMA in New York with the original title, Italy, the New Domestic Landscape. landscape. The landscape that was presented was no longer that of art, but of interiors designed by our designers. It is the year when design became art, and it is through this combination that we find ourselves in the reality of today's art design. We emphasize the fact that the peculiarity of art design is its specifically artistic design intentionality, that is, a specific attitude whereby the imagination process, together with all the visual and cultural experiences of the artist designer, are poured into the object in its making. By this making, we mean a moment before and not a moment after the making itself. This dynamic introduces a reflection on the expression of the image, meant not just as the result, but as the first representation of creative thought. Massimo Fagioli, in his fundamental investigation on imagination as a specific psychic function, conceives an overall possibility of thinking by images as a support and origin of our creative activity. Trying to conceptualize these complex theories also in the form of poetic art, it tells us that thinking by images overlaps with the amplified, diffused, anthropologically prioritized form of thought itself, also because it guarantees, despite its intrinsic instability, an immediate meaning, while the concept, subordinated to the time of thought, gives meaning a communicative factor. And it is by continuing along this path that we can understand the unity of image and every art object as a synthesis defined by an internal and an external reality, in which a form similar to that of feeling is manifested. In this unity of meaning, the character of image content of the art object becomes the effective matrix of its representative adaptation, i.e. its enduring possibility of becoming an intentionally active object. Massimo Fagioli has brilliantly explained in his catalogue text, The Courage of Images, that thanks to this process of materialization through a thing, starting from an ever-changing, non-conscious internal image, always active and transforming, that you do not obey only to a useful need, but also to an idea of beauty. Because the image that creates this beauty escapes all appropriation, all comparable and completion, as far as it exists and manifests itself only in the plural, never overlapping with a single final manifestation. Putting the image at the heart of creative thought, giving it a status of unity, totality, definable by overlapping and not by a representation of, we can state that with its presence, people can become passionate, if they are receptive, to learn the value and the closeness of art design and these artifacts. The creator of these objects doesn't operate with an open intention but material towards a certain type of stare. Even though we don't know what is the way in which their work would be looked at, that stare is already present and as a promise, because this cannot exist without the existence of others. The use of these objects does not change. It remains the same in every experience. What changes, and is always different, is the relationship opened by the object in individuals. In art design, technique is neutral. Image is the vehicle. It acts as a filter, as a poetic filter. It overlaps the use and the look on the object. It is also thanks to Massimo Fagioli's work and his many crossings into the vast archipelago of a certain type of furniture design, or better, art design, that we can try and open up to that process of transformation of memories, fantasies, and knowledge that hints to the authentic art making, its practice, its occasion and necessity. Massimo Fagioli by introducing a sometimes exceptional invented component without the aid of relevant technologies, has created simple yet complex objects that can be placed anywhere, and it is in this vivid reality that a liberating and lovable poetics resides, the place of access and profound relationship with imagination and the repeated discovery over time, opening an unstoppable current of memories and feelings. Behind each of his works, there is a story involving materials, techniques, people, and places. His way of relating to the project creates surprise in everyone, involving them to getting in touch with this dialectical paradox. A reality that comes through hordes of images that act in a way that cannot be governed and in an autonomous way, creating a colloquial fabric that goes from the individual to the collective and vice versa. Even those objects seem unable to stand, as if a discomfort suggesting the internal movement that gives start to any thought and action where existing, they reveal an incredible stability. It seems incredible how, in spite of what traced by Massimo Fagioli, they are open and difficult to define, and their result is never distant or alternative. His projects are often see the presence of curved and straight lines, symmetries and asymmetries, an articulation of something defined and open, something uncertain and something specific. What counts the most is not reading and understanding a text in its structure, in its composition structure, but rather the invisible substance that drives in creating an image, following the content and its link to reality, aims at modifying to understand what is already known in a form that changes our everyday habits. This explicit but not codified form of a creative process is a process of knowledge and transformation of the consistency of our everyday life, which can also be found in the forms of art design and also certain types of experimental craftsmanship, consists in creating and widening the threshold between the everyday and its conventionality and the creative act and its exemplarity. Since the world is released, our everyday life becomes emblematic, a model. It is fusion between art and life. It is not about defining it. We must give it an artistic vision. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniele. So go ahead to the next speech. And I want you to present Veronica Montanino. She's an artist and a teacher at the Florence Academy of Fine Arts with the course Pratiche Artistiche dello Spazio. She took part in the Venice Biennale. Her work consists in permanent environmental intervention in museums, institutions, and public spaces. For example, the House of Architecture in Rome and the Gemelli Hospital in Rome. From 2020 to 2021, her solo exhibition, Rami, has been held at the Casino Nobile of the Museums of Villa Torlonia. Her art has been featured in a number of publications and film. Since 2016, he has collaborated with an art historian, Anna Maria Panzera, on the project Per una ricerca sull'arte eventualmente femminile, which has been the subject of publication for Bordeaux Edizioni. And recently, she wrote a book, Arte Pratica di Resistenza, with Anna Simone, a sociologist. Please.
Grazie. Grazie Martina, grazie a voi.
Thank you, Martina, and thank you for being here instead of being at lunch, since it is lunchtime, and thanks for inviting me for this speech, which I will read in Italian, and the title is Art Practice, Critical Thinking and the Politics of Creativity. What does the political nature of art practices mean? Why do I talk about the political dimension of creativity? I want to clarify that I'm not talking about political art, that is, that art with a social and political content, but rather to artistic practice and to a series of oppositions and relationships that it puts in place. Although these are not declared and acted in a programmatic way, I think they have to be considered obtainable from the analysis of the art practice itself. So I'm talking about a politics that does not aim at the material change of society, but a specific way of being that arises in a relationship of criticism, non-adjustment, and rejection in some way of the surrounding world. If we think about it, the assumption of creativity in the artistic field, since it concerns the production of something new, and we have heard it many times this morning, can only be read as a form of discontinuity. But compared to what? Well, compared to the existing and the already given, the common way of being in the world, rejecting some so-called dominant values and founding the culture and society in which we live. But let's see some points. First of all, the rejection of conventional language, which is evident in the artist's invention of its own language that does not correspond to the learned language. The opposition to the primacy and domination of the word, and this also applies to poets who use the word in a different way, because the artist establishes the affirmation of another principle with respect to the logocentric culture, that is, that thought and language are in the image. The rejection of the primacy of the useful that is taken for granted by our social and cultural system. This is not shared by the artists. They address the dimension of the useless, by which they mean not the superfluous, but what does not have a specific purpose and function, and therefore contains a character of incomprehensibility with respect to their raison d'être. Then the rejection of the reality and the primacy of objective perception. This normal perception of reality is not enough for the artists, because they are moved by the need to add things to the word that they invented. The work, through the indeterminacy of the image, provides the eyes of the beholder with something that, by interfering with the functionality of an objective vision, increases seeing and its possibility. The rejection of the normal split between mind and body. In fact, artists propose a form of some sort of healing of this split, because they produce a material fact, but this fact is also always immaterial. It is because of the very dynamics of the creative process that we, drawing on the birth of theory of Fagioli, can describe it this way. Something of the reality, the perceived reality disappears and something else appears. What we are facing, therefore, this piece of art is a result of this dynamic that is a movement of the mind, which is invisible by nature, but contained in the piece of art. The rejection of this split is also an unconscious recovery of your own material origin, that is in the opposite direction to the spiritual direction. And let me now talk about the activation of the divine creation. It is inevitable that artists, regardless of any religious orientations, betray the sacred concept of creation as an abstract dimension, bringing creativity back to human as artisan of what they created. Now, given our context, I would like to report some statements by Fagioli that derive from some debates from the 80s that can can be useful in this discourse. And referring to artists, he wrote, there is a human being who has managed to fight against destruction. There is a human being who has managed to achieve a kind of victory against the fragment, the lost, the destroyed, the one that continuously anguishes man. The artists make the image that was not there appear, and as making something that does not exist, they are creative. And again, having the image of what must be is the defense that man builds against that instinct. And I can add a new point. The rejection of the death instinct is the rejection of the absolute power of nothingness and hollowness present in the culture, starting from the philosophical tradition, but is also very present and above all today in this reality that we are just spectators. Here then, the creativity of artists can be read also as a specific reaction of being to this non-being. At this point, I think the meaning of my basic assumption is clear, namely that the affirmation that art practice is a political dimension, subversive by nature, because it does not adapt to the order of things, and it realizes a form of opposition to the death instinct, to which in contrast the dimension of being in the creation of the image. We find evidence of the plausibility of these statements in Plato's Republic, which sees artists as a threat to the order of the polis, from which they must be removed. But then the whole history of thought is full of narratives that describe the artist alongside their celebration, also as a madman or as a diverted person, perhaps a criminal, guilty of breaking the social rules of common living. We also know how the expression degenerate art belongs to the language with which dictatorships and political doctrines like National Socialism and sadly also communism have appealed to art because it is free, trying to eliminate it.
A questo punto approfondiamo la questione
At this point, I would like to talk about the relationship that can be established with artistic practices and art practice by those who come into contact with us. That is the work, the piece of art, regardless of how it is made. And it is no coincidence that I have decided not to show any picture today, no image, in order to not be stuck on some images. So we are in the territory of the image, and so the piece of art is ambiguous, with uncertain boundaries. It escapes the ordinary decoding of reality and is susceptible, as we know, to infinite readings and interpretations. Imagination, as theorized by Massimo Fagioli, that is, the ability to imagine, is an inner process, internal process, and is a form of only human intelligence, which provides for a relationship with the world, a lived experience of which the image is the memory, that is, its processing and transformation. The process in itself is invisible, and the artistic image must be considered as the final result, as if we faced a math formula that contains and summarizes many things that we do not see. The artistic image does not correspond to a clear meaning and instead rests on something indefinite. And this drives those who enter into it to produce their own sense and image of what they are experiences through the sensitivity, through thought, and the interest which the work, the piece of art has or not. Once the function of conveying messages is excluded, or truths, so truths that belong to the sphere of communication in the strict sense, we consider the work as a place of possibility that the artist open to others. It is a form of deep human relationship with no one in particular and potentially with everyone. A communication that only exists when somebody who enters in touch with it is active.
And this is why I wanted to clarify at the beginning of my speech that I was not referring to the so-called political art that overlapping ethics in an horizon of social utility. And in addition to risking to make these evils of the world aesthetic, it risks making art become as a pure document with a moralizing and pedagogical intent, which relegates the user to a passive role.
Riprendendo i testi di Massimo Fagioli,
Thinking again about the books by Fagioli that I just mentioned, that date back to 79 and 80, there were a lot of criticism to art, artists and their creativity. While recognizing these possibilities of, I quote, struggle against the amorphous, the negative, the rebellion and the rejection of the norm, the proposition of one's own identity and internal imagination for the invention and discovery of something new, the discovery of something new and different that they propose to other human beings. So he recognizes all these things, but he also says that the artist working only with inanimate nature does not offer a radical transformation. Clearly, Massimo Fagioli had in mind the treatment of mental illness and the creative and transformative horizon of psychotherapy, which for him is the only real perspective for transformation. Furthermore, Fagioli challenges traditional art. He rejects the perspective of the power of art as a cult, incites its desacralization, criticizing museums, rejects the asymmetrical position of passive and admired spectator of the exceptionality of the artist. On the other hand, we can perhaps also think of a response to the 68th century claim that art could save the world. Let's think about Marcuse and the imagination of power, which, however, coexisted with a climate of contesting art as a place of an expression of power. Let's think about the Biennale or Triennale that were occupied in 68 to the criticism of institutions and commodified art. However, it is known that already in the avant-garde in the 20th century, and even more clearly between 60s and the centuries, an overcoming of the object in favor of the environment and the process is achieved in our practices, including performances, the event of materials, and so on. So the piece of art becomes a territory that can be crossed with digressions that increase the activity of observers. It is the affirmation of an art that does not want to be separated from the context and confined elsewhere in an abstract and absolute space, but instead is rooted in the surroundings, in the environment, with all the implications. Complex networks of relationships and ties with life, with experience with people. It is extremely interesting that Fagioli, since the 80s, just a few years after these statements, has been very busy with space and environment, starting with the renovation of the studio in Via di Roma Libera, which has hosted the Analisi Collettiva seminars for over 40 years. Architecture to him was an art that does not dispense with the relationship with others, as written in the catalogue of the Courage of Images. And his contribution was born as a production of sketches requested by architects, but at the same time, he also opened the practice of the design that he will never leave, and that will include a series of expressions created for posters, books, and magazines, but also without a specific function and destination, if you will. His artistic production, which we can consider a real heritage of science, includes urban projects, squares, houses, interiors of apartments, and psychotherapy studios, design objects, jewelry, graphic experiments, but also music and a lot of cinema and other art to which Fagioli was passionate, and then scientific conferences declined in a performative key with direction. All this was intertwined with psychotherapy, of course, and theoretical production, highlighting research over many years of activity. This, let's say, fabric of digressions between the arts, among and between the arts, and between arts and the sciences, challenges us with the question of the autonomy of art, and perhaps also of science, since by its own admission, some scientific and research contents could not be communicated in any other way than with images. Besides the considerations on how this experience, although very unique and unrepeatable, can also be somehow related to the resistance that artistic practices have always exercised against some disciplines, what we want to underline is the communication and relationship value assigned by Fagioli to the image. The process through which artists arrive at that final formula, that is the artwork, is what we ignore, but that unknown space allows us to explore and to research. So art practice, with its limitations that are those of not being able to act a real transformation of the existing, nor transform it in the sense of caring for human beings, gives us the portrait since ancient times of a human who expresses another modality of thought and language that was not learned but created, which allows us to look at the world in a different way, which obviously belongs to the artist, but also to those who recognize in art this freedom from the language learned, from known things, from the perception of reality as it is, from the normal split between mind and body as a space of hope and humanity. Thank you.
Thank you. And so now there is the last presentation. And I want to present you Flavio Cherubini. He is a medical doctor. He is currently a resident in psychiatry at La Sapienza University of Rome and attending physician at the Mental Health Center in Civita Castellana. Previously, he earned a master's degree in anthropology at La Sapienza University of Rome with a thesis titled Creativity and Discontinuity in the Middle Age, the Case of South Africa. Please.
Grazie. Allora, buongiorno a tutti.
Good morning, everyone. You have to wait a bit longer before your lunch. So in this presentation, I'd like to cover many complex topics in a short amount of time. So, as I did in the title, I will often resort to perhaps excessive simplifications, but the idea is to lead you as clearly as possible to the point I wish to make. The theme we are addressing is the origins of Homo sapiens. When thinking about the Paleolithic origins of our species, the spontaneous question that arises is, at what point did our ancestors become like us, and how are we different from other hominids that existed? After discussing some controversial aspects of the archaeological debate on this topic, I will attempt to offer an alternative perspective, drawing from Massimo Fagioli's theory of birth.
Eccolo, scusate. Quindi noi,
we, as the last hominids to appear and the only ones remaining today, are the modern humans different from archaic hominins. In archaeological terms, modernity is considered to reside both in our distinctive anatomy and in our behavior. In fact, after the appearance of Homo sapiens, a new kind of creativity and dynamism, qualitatively different from that of the other hominins, seemed to blossom. For the first time in human prehistory, we see the development of peculiar technological innovations, the use of different materials, a greater range of moving, the capacity to adapt to various contexts, planning abilities, trade. And we can say the first sign. So what has been referred to as a symbolic behavior, indicator of the possibility to let language emerge, such as the use of pigments, ornaments, and then the emergence of art through cave paintings and musical instruments. What has just been described, even though it may seem intuitive, it is by no means a linear process. Firstly, because anatomical modernity is still a debated concept, and secondly, because the earliest evidence of behavioral modernity do not correspond to anatomical modernity. The first appearance of Homo sapiens, sorry, there was a video there, dates back to 200,000 years ago in Africa, from whence our ancestors slowly moved outwards, reaching all parts of the world at different times. So we seem to have a single biological origin followed by millennia of migrations. In this enormous span of time, archaeological evidence show the emergence, spread, disappearance and reappearance in different times and places of this new kind of creativity in a patchy, discontinuous fashion. Hence, the title of my presentation today. Perhaps an example could help us. In South Africa, archaeologists have identified a set of data called Steel Bay Period, which is part of the so-called Middle Stone Age and not of the Paleolithic. Hence the approximation in the title of my presentation. We are around 70,000 years ago, 130 years after the speciation event, where we find some of the earliest evidence in our prehistory of innovative stone knapping techniques, perforated shells likely used as ornaments, and the production and use of ochre-based pigments and incisions and carvings. At a given moment, we can see that these appearance of ornaments, ochre engravings, and at the same time a dramatic simplification of the technology happens. The innovations that appeared and disappeared will eventually reappear thousands of years later in very distant places, making it harder to find a straightforward definition for the modern human behavior. Several definitions have been proposed. The first one was based on the selection of a trait list that would represent the hallmarks of modernity, so that if the archaeological record showed all the selected traits, the terms behaviorally modern could apply. Some of the supporters of this idea saw a sudden appearance of all the selected traits around 40,000 years ago and call this rapid change the Paleolithic Revolution. Others instead saw a more gradualistic appearance of the traits starting from the biological origin of Homo sapiens. The main problem was that there was no shared basis for the selection of distinctive traits of modernity. This approach now seems outdated. Current theories acknowledge the problematic nature and the complexity of the concept and tend to recognize behavioral modernity as the capacity to create richer, more complex and more dynamic cultures compared to other hominins, emphasizing to varying degrees the first signs of symbolic activity for the reasons I have just mentioned. The differences in the various approaches concern mostly how, where and when these new capabilities emerged. It has been suggested in some of the latest proposals that the cognitive abilities necessary for modern cultural development were already present at the speciation of Homo sapiens, that modernity was triggered by an interaction of various factors such as demography, climate, and human-environment interactions. In this view, modernity is not present from the beginning. What is present from the beginning is the capacity for symbolic and modern behavior, but the expression of this capacity is achieved through a process on a social scale that depends on many variables. This means that the continuity of the process of cultural development does not directly rely on cognitive abilities, but it depends on the development of different aspects, and this may explain the patchy appearance of the evidence. This proposed solution to the problem of discontinuity seems to resolve the issue, but it would presuppose that culture is something separate from the agents who make, constantly negotiate and transmit it. Culture is then seen as a byproduct of cognitive capacities that in certain conditions can be expressed and ultimately becomes something separate from the individuals. The creativity that we observe would seem to be a cultural creativity that needs to accumulate data, notions, and information to develop, ultimately referring to culture as the only element that defines us. In doing so, however, we do not take into account the relationship between humans and culture, something that characterizes the entire history of anthropology, so the subject's ability to act within and upon their own culture. But there's more. If the factors are all in favor of a complexification of the culture, why don't we see this process happening in a linear, continuous, and teleological way, as one might assume, given equal conditions? For example, many human societies known to ethnologists, I mean modern, not only would not show all the hallmarks of modernity, but would also leave us with no explanation on why their progress was not at the same level of other societies, with the risk of reviving an idea of cultural evolutionism opposed to racism. Let's take a brief pause to summarize where we are. We've seen that the concept of behavioral modernity is more complicated than it was thought to be, hard to define on a shared basis, and how the current discussion focuses more on cultural complexification rather than on modernity. So I would like to start again from today. Maybe some factors may distort our perspective when we look at our origins. Today, we are the only hominin species left on the planet. We are everywhere. We have reached a great deal of progress in terms of technological development, scientific discoveries, medicine, philosophy, but apparently in warfare too. Maybe it's the idea itself of modernity that distorts our perspective. Modernity is a narration, an idea that presumes its universal quality and leads towards a direction that all human beings should follow, in a sort of an evolutionary perspective from the cultural point of view. Some anthropologists have defined the search for modern behavior as a metaphysical desire for a foundation. But this search for modernity seems more like projecting today's characteristics onto the past in search of the prerequisites that justify them. Actually, it is nothing more than a way of answering the fundamental anthropological question, who are we, while attempting to provide a neutral response. Let me explain better. For the vast majority of anthropologists, these are just some of them, the question of what makes us the same or equal is epistemologically incorrect, because what we study is how we become, how diversity, how we create different cultures. The search of a human essence that unites us is considered an obsolete proposition, non-scientific, because it is not objective. It follows that the answer can only be relative. In this sense, the definition of what is human is considered in anthropological terms to always, and in any case, be a political aspect, process of constructing humanity based on negotiation. So beyond the fact that every culture has its complexity, dignity, and can be studied and understood, well, we cannot find unity in difference unless we step outside of science and we enter politics. But is this really the case? One might argue that what underlies our idea of culture is that the agents of cultural creation are people who act as productive members of society, which is already an idea of what a human being is. And what about those who are not productive in society, like babies, like newborn babies? At what point do newborns become fully capable of producing, reproducing, and innovating their complex culture? At what point of their existence can we define them as modern? It would seem that the proposed framework so far does not consider the human being throughout their entire life, but only from the moment they can testify to themselves through behaviors inscribed in the culture, thus also outlining a possible analogy with the issue of modernity in prehistory that we discussed earlier on. Despite the powerful analytical tools developed and implemented over time, we do not have a discipline of anthropology and understood as the science of humans beyond their cultural action. It seems we have reached a dead end in our journey, but at this point, instead of stopping, I would like to turn our attention to the birth theory by Massimo Fagioli. The proposal is that relying on this theory, we can find answers to some of the questions we have encountered so far regarding human identity, equality, and creativity. Fagioli based his theory defining human identity. He found that this identity did not reside in behavior, but rather in non-conscious thought, which he considered knowable and interpretable. For him, the origin of human thought occurs at birth when light stimulates the retina, the only open window of the newborn's central nervous system, to receive a direct stimulus. Simultaneously, a dynamic we all share in its fundamental elements happens. The disappearance fantasy. The newborn tries to annul the natural world, making it disappear, and simultaneously realizes their first thought of existence is the capacity to imagine. According to Fagioli, there is an inherent equality among human beings, and there is also scientific reason that precisely identifies the origin of this equality, the dynamics of human birth. Moreover, since we possess the capacity to imagine that can develop over time, we also have an explanation for how differences, thus achieving a synthesis of equality and diversity. Going back to prehistory, regarding creativity, in Massimo Fagioli's human birth theory, we do not find a cognitive or cultural explanation, but rather a non-conscious thought, which is the capacity for imagination that can develop throughout life. So, in this perspective, even the newborn is considered as being creative from birth. If we choose to base our idea of humanity on this non-conscious thought, we no longer need to search for signs of complexity or modernity in our behavior. We could redefine anthropology in a more complete way, including both the newborn and the child in it. We then would have made the political move according to anthropology. It would seem so. But at the same time, we have freed ourselves from an ideological constraint that is often present in the claim to objectivity in human sciences. We can now explore manifestations of prehistoric human behavior, not only through modern archaeological methods, but also, as Fagioli did, by searching for signs of possible relationships between men, women and children. One of his suggestions was that the material creativity of human activity could be linked to men, which he interpreted as a possible reaction to the realization that women were creative through their pregnancies by giving birth to other human beings, probably without knowing the connection between intercourse and pregnancy. He described this type of reaction in various contexts and also presented it first in a drawing, which is the image that has been chosen as the symbol for this Congress.
Che però, oltre ad essere un disegno, è anche una scultura.
Which then became a sculpture, the Scultura Blu, that you can admire at the entrance. There would be much more to say about this, but we don't have time for this story right now. Thank you.
If you can be a patient for a few minutes. Now I'm asking to go to help me, because in our panel we start from Stone Age and go to art design through library. So it's full of really interesting things. Even for me, I'm a psychiatrist, but I always love arts, and it's really an honor to chair this session. It's all about arts. So, and then if there is a time for one question, I think.
Thank you so much, Martina, but it is not an easy task. Parlo in italiano perché abbiamo poco tempo e sono un pochino più...
We don't have much time, and it's better for me to speak Italian, says the speaker. The first thing I would like to say is that with this second panel, we are collecting the full meaning of the title of this conference. I was looking at the fonts, so psychotherapy with one font, creativity with another font, and arts with a different font. So there are two poles that are psychiatry, psychotherapy, the arts, and then there's a linking element. And the linking element with these two worlds is this mysterious thing, which is creativity. So I think that with our panel, with the small exception with the last presentation, we are bringing a reflection on art to this conference, which has characterized the first three presentations. I was very much intrigued by the last presentation, but I think that our entrance, so to say, in the discussion about arts and whether this connection with psychotherapy and psychiatry through creativity. So a bridge should actually have access to both worlds, even though I don't know exactly how. I mean, we started walking on this bridge with three presentations that have got to do with architecture specifically, very much intertwined, giving the César's background, and then we moved on to art design, and then with Veronica we talked about what she, I think in a very interesting way, listed. So she listed the conditions that should be a premise for a work of art that can be identified as such, so something that rebels against the current reality or against what we don't like, something that can no longer understand the world. I think that these three things have something in common, but is the reflection of a poor discussant. I think that has to say something. I think that something links up the first three presentations, i.e. the need to overcome two splits. The first is the splitting between the mind and the body. Because for art to be authentic and for psychotherapy to be authentic, we have to find a complete merging, otherwise we don't have either one or the other. I think that there's a second element, which is an element of splitting that dramatically we live and we experience, which is the splitting between the individual and society. I cannot declare my admiration for Professor Sartorius' presentation, but I liked this doctor who actually brought us to a fully humanistic dimension, which is the only dimension in which we can find ourselves and find solutions in. The individual needs to have a fully authentic relationship with society, otherwise there's no psychotherapy, otherwise there's no art. Sometimes we think that art is produced by someone who can be in a little room. I'm not saying all the Lynn sour, but actually it has an element of universalism. And this is the relationship, and the relationship with society is fundamental, because if we forget about it, we end up in trouble. Two more things, because I'd like to talk with each of the speaker independently. I really liked this centrality of libraries when César talked about them, because it's as if they were the emblem of collectivity, as if the library were a place in which the state of a society is in relation to the ability to involve individuals. So the library becomes a fundamental representation of the relationship between people and the questions the people have in relation to others in the diachronic journey of history, but also in relation to the contemporary world. So I really, really liked your speech about libraries because they are a core where we can see and represent where we are and where we at. Daniele's speech brought me back to recognize in the creation of the object. You actually said that there are civilizations that actually did not create cities, did not create libraries, did not have architecture, but actually they created something which was needed. I've always been a supporter of the marvelous things that Salgado said about the Amazon populations. I think they are at a level of civilization that we haven't achieved yet. So I think that your reference was very important. But mostly, I think that there's a need when we produce an object of art and design that the body has to follow, the mind has to follow the body and vice versa. So during human history, I cannot ignore how fundamental is the encounter between the two. I'm talking as someone from Florence, someone from Italy. There's the foundation of our Renaissance. So craftsmen are the foundation of our Renaissance. These people who can use their hands, giving intelligence to their hands without there being a splitting. Our society, I mean, Sartorius said it earlier on, is divided and fragmented. So this idea to the merging. And then Veronica's speech, her list was very precious. I'd like to see behind what is there, to do something artistically deep down. I would like that the second chapter, when you would like to do it, to associate images to those things, because I would like to understand how to get to provoke emotions and the experience of beauty. And finally, Flavio, with whom I share the passion for the analysis of prehistory, I think that your reflections were fundamental, especially overcoming this sort of diktat. So we should not ask ourselves about human nature? No. This is something that has been characterizing us for millennia. I remember when Massimo Fagioli insisted on this. We have to ask ourselves about this. I remember what Federico Masini told us a long time ago, talking about linguistics. He told us that there is a similar diktat. So you cannot study the origin of language. This diktat has disappeared now in the world of linguistics. Hopefully, it should disappear also in the world of anthropology, because we have to fight so that this idea that we were born crippled without having the possibility of creating anything, we have to overcome this. I'm sorry, I just couldn't stop myself.
Any question in the audience? We have 3 minutes, 4 minutes. Non c'è il microfono. The microphone? There.
Okay. It worked, yes. I think, as best as I understood you, I think there is a very strong connection between what you said, Dr. Okay, what you said and the more modern examples that were given, and what happened 800,000 years ago was pre-Homo sapiens discovered, not they discovered fire, but they controlled fire beginning about 800,000 years ago. What that did was it created a space that became a very important space. It was the space around a fire, which helped to form human groups. 250,000 years ago, there was another huge change in Homo sapiens, which was a change in the prefrontal cortex, which led to basically the beginning of culture and a very different sense of community and a very, very different sense of space, which then got reflected, I think, in architecture and in libraries, and in any really space that, or football stadiums, any space that defined us had to have that evolution in Homo sapiens happen so that we, us, could understand ourselves as a cultural unit rather than just a biological unit. And I think what you pointed out was that that explosion happened, whether it was in South Africa or what is now South Africa about 50,000 years ago, or what is now Kenya about 200,000 years ago, that change in the prefrontal cortex that allowed libraries to happen, to evolve. And it also then, because of the cultural change, it changed the nature of the group. I mean, I think you've pointed out, all of you, fascinating and really important changes in the biology of Homo sapiens, but also in the biology of culture and how that gets reflected in architecture and in space. Thank you.
Any other question? So I think it's lunch time. Okay.